As you say, of Ligiers and Orecas, the new Oreca towards the front end of the field. It's all Ligiers in LMP3, but 20 cars means it's going to be a fantastically competitive category. You can see there as well, actually, the Norwich City Ligier, as we call it, is in the GT traffic there, so in fact there's a couple of P3 machines further down on the grid than they would have wished for.
The GT cars are very, very fast indeed here and going to be tough to pass on the straights, including that what must be the only double apex start-finish straight in the world, because it's certainly, as Johnny said a little earlier, not anything but straight, but it is full tilt. It is going to be very fast indeed, and not long now, Johnny, before we get these cars underway.
Striking paint job then for Dragon Speed, the stars and stripes of the American crew, and that car now about to pull forward as the 30-second board is shown, and then the various other boards ahead of the 4 hours of Imola. This is the one and only formation lap as we hit 3 minutes to 2, so bang on schedule, but there's a problem there, Graham. Is that the Pegasus car?
I think that is the 25, it's the Algarve car. That is the 25 car. It's got underway now, but slight delay there for the number 25 car getting away from the grid. Michael Mooneman aboard that car on the 5th row.
So the main thing was actually getting away from the grid before the final car had passed Mooneman's machine. He managed to do that, so will be able to take his rightful position on the grid of 10th, starting alongside the other blue prototype from P2. That's Pegasus Racing with their Morgan. A little long in the tooth now, that Morgan, but still being put to good use by people like Leo Russell, car number 29. It's also got the Nissan engine in it, by the way, and one of only 4 P2 machines on Michelin rubber this weekend. The EDEC Sport car, the Ligier GSP2, is also on the French rubber, along with Panis Barthez, who've shown great pace this weekend, particularly from Podium Chatin. And the other Michelin runner is Krone Racing in their green number 40 Ligier.
Should mention the number 40 car because the Krone Racing team lack one regular component, and that is Tracy Krone this weekend. Tracy suffering a training injury and advised not to race this weekend. Will be fit, we are told, in time for the Le Mans 24 Hours. And with Tracy unable to race, he's been replaced by none other than Bjorn Verdheim. They're able to do that because Nick Jonsson is a silver ranked driver, so Bjorn Verdheim, who is of course reigning champion here, raced last time out for the team in lieu of Olivier Pla, who was busy on Ford GTE duty in the World Endurance Championship. So Olivier Pla joined by Bjorn Verdheim and Nick Jonsson, and that for me, Johnny, immediately elevates that crew to potentially a race winning prospect.
Yeah, they're fantastic performers, show pace across all 3 drivers, and Nick Jonsson is a silver by virtue of his age. Is that correct now? That
he's 103 years old. No, but he will later this year break a record, an all-time record at the Le Mans 24 Hours. Together with Tracy Krone, they will start their 11th consecutive Le Mans 24 Hours together as a driving pair, and that broke a record held by Audi until last year, and they continue that trend this year for 11 straight years.
So expect Tracy Krone to be back in that car, probably at Austria, but for the moment, the race ahead of Le Mans, which he's trying to get fit for, this is going to be his teammates, his co-drivers, flying the flag for Krone Racing. They start 4th alongside the Panis Barthez Ligier, but it's the story of Oreca 05s at the front of the field. Dragon Speed versus Thierry by TDS Racing, Nicolas Lapierre versus Pierre Thierry, and this is gingerly stuff through the final few corners, through Rivazzas 1 and 2 and onto the straight. It's very, very busy there, particularly in the midfield where all the Ligiers are. I hope they stay in line and avoid contact as the pace car heads into the pit lane, and then we have to remind ourselves that it is a long, long run down towards where the red lights are on the gantry. We'll head through a couple of right-hand kinks with the pit wall on the driver's right. Pace already beginning to quicken, and still they wait and now get the hammer down. It's the 4 hours then of Imola, the second round of the European Le Mans Series. Looks like the G-Drive cars had a cracking start up to 4th position with Simon Dolan at the wheel. Door handle to door handle for the Orecas. Panis Barthez in 2nd position, but who's leading? Is it Dragon Speed or is it the other Orica? Yes, it is the blue and white starred Dragon Speed Orica 05 with Nicolas Lapierre at the wheel. Heads Pierre Thirier into Varianti Villeneuve for the first corner, for the first lap rather, and then it's Panis Barty's competition in third position. A great start from Simon Dolan. He's up to fourth place, Graham.
Cracking pass by Simon Dolan, absolutely got the hammer down as quickly as he possibly could, and he's got by the number 40 car. Trying to get down to terms with the Panis Barty's car, but the 40 car coming back at him with the 33 Eurasia car now right with the green Ligier. Wheel-to-wheel stuff there between the Pegasus Morgan and the Murphy Orica. The Irish flagged car comes out on top for now. A new look driver squad for that car too this weekend, and it's Gary Findlay making his ELMS comeback this weekend, who's taking the start.
Yeah, so Gary and Leo side by side, and as you can see, the green and white car of Murphy Prototypes did manage to get that position from Leo Roussel in the Pegasus car. Varianti Alta for the first lap, always was going to be busy. We go on board with one of the Ligier GSP3s there. There's Simon Dolan then, just ahead of car 40, Krone Racing and Bjorn Verdheim. Bjorn will not be happy about being overtaken at the start of this race. Simon Dolan way out onto the curb there, just to signify how hard he's pushing.
Yeah, he'll quite likely to be called for that one, I think. There will be warnings to come, I'm sure, for several runners. Change as well in LMP3 with the Alex Brundle car, the number 2 car, getting the jump on the second place car on the grid, the number 11 Euro International Ligier. So it is United Autosports 1-2. Matt Bell from Alex Brundle, 15th and 16th places overall.
So Lapierre leads the first lap for Dragon Speed. Pierre Thirier second, 1.3 seconds adrift for Thirier by TDS. Paul-Luc Chatin on board the number 23 Panis Barty's competition. Ligier as trying to... Contact between Gary Findlay and the 41 car driven by Meno. This is a Tozer corner. Gary Findlay clearly trying to make moves.
It's a puncture for the Greaves car. It's a left rear puncture.
Dear oh dear, so that's the least, well, the last thing they wanted in the early stages of this race, to have contact. Remember, a 4-hour race, and on only lap 2, Gary Findlay trying to work his way through the order as quickly as he could, just tagging the back of Rojas's car, and this is the fight for fourth position. Simon Dolan, there is Rojas, limping away from the scene.
Got to be careful here. Could that be any closer?
I don't think so. You normally can fit cigarette papers between these cars. In this case, you can't, because Simon Dolan almost being pushed down the straight, and Bjorn Verdheim gets fully alongside the G-Drive car. Simon Dolan trying not to lose 2 places, and he manages to defend there from Tristan Commandy in the number 33 Eurasia Motorsport Orica.
That was certainly, I suspect, there might have been a little bit of contact there. That certainly was a calling card from Bjorn Verdheim. Simon Dolan, though, toughed it out as best he possibly could, had to give best, and now it's the Orica 05 looking to get by, and they're getting onto terms now with what must have been a delayed LMP3 car. That's the YN, the V. Van Muller car, the number 18 car, as they steam by.
So battle for fourth. Krone now in fourth position, and Bjorn Verdheim opening up the gap back to Simon Dolan. Tristan Commandy looks quicker than the orange G-Drive Gibson, but he needs to get past in order to extend that gap. Meanwhile, Ligier is doing battle. Expect this for the next, well, 3 hours and 56 minutes, I'd say. 20 Ligier JSP3s in the LMP3 category. They all look very different, thankfully, for us commentators. A class led by Matt Bell in car number 3. Second is Alex Brundle, and third place Marco Jacoboni. So Euro International have actually lost that second place in P3. It's United Autosport from United Autosport, but the battling is further down the order, Graham.
It is indeed, and there's already been a bit of a mix-up in GTE, because number 51 Ferrari in the hands of Rui Agbash has got by Rob Smith in the BMW version of effectively the same car. But the big change here is that huge gaggle of LMP3 cars with the GT cars in amongst them. The 2 cars broadly similar, the 2 forms of car broadly similar in terms of lap time, but delivering that performance in very different ways. That's going to make for exciting times, can we put it that way, in traffic, as Memo Rojas makes his way back to the pits to replace that shattered rear left Dunlop.
Yeah, so doesn't look to have done too much damage to the bodywork. Here's another look at it as Gary Findlay just pops the nose up the inside. There was not an Orica 03R's gap there, I wouldn't have said.
It was, you're looking at, again, more marginal than I thought it was, but I tend to agree with you. I think it was a racing incident, but but it was certainly worth a punt for a racing driver up the inside. There was a gap there, the gap closed.
Yes, Memo Rojas may not have known exactly where Gary Findlay was. I'm not trying to detract from the racing, of course, or prevent people from racing, as there's a bit more of it going on here. Panis Bartes giving a shove to one of the Duquesne engineering cars. Now, in that case, the 16 machine was fully alongside.
Yep, that was David Halliday in the 19 car, coming off worse from that.
So, Halliday rejoining in something like 8th position in class.
And that was for 5th position in LMP3. As the leading trio look to try to get away here. In fact, it's the two United Autosports cars that are motoring at the moment. One big change here to report in LMP3, which is the cars have got around 10 litres more fuel here. They found it very marginal indeed through the whole field, as they would on the spec formula, to actually make the full fuel. The full driver stints on the fuel the cars were allowed, so up from 75 to 85 litres here at Imola, and that will continue for the remainder of the season. Nico Lapierre, though, Johnny, is getting away here.
Yeah, let's have a look at the lap at the end then of 4 circuits. 1:35.2 is the time. That's easily the best lap of the race, although Paul-Lip Chatin managed the best time of anyone through sector 1 that time around. So Paul-Lip Chatin just a little quicker than Pierre Thirier, and he needs to wriggle free of the Thirier Oreca 05 as quickly as he can to try and take the fight to Nico Lapierre. Meanwhile, the Porsches, the 77 was started by Robert Renauer, by the way, the 88 by Gianluca Roda, and car 51 in between the two of them, Rui Aguas at the wheel of car 51. So Porsche, Ferrari, Porsche in GTE. There's quite a bit of overlap here between the two classes, GTE versus P3.
And particularly because at the moment, for the most part, not exclusively, but for the most part, it's the Pro Drivers' 16 car now has a bit of an off. That is the car that was involved a little earlier with the number 19 car wheel to wheel, and now there's a bit of a stumble for the 16 car, which was running 5th in class, will drop back a couple of places as a result. But what we've got at the moment is in the middle to rear field of the P3s, it's gentleman drivers. In the GTEs, it's pro drivers.
Yep.
So the differences are being accentuated at the moment there.
Yeah, fair bit of meeting in the middle. By the way, the car that benefited from that off-track moment for number 16 was car 12, driven by Roman Rusanov. That's the second of the Euro International cars. So they are currently 3rd and 5th in the P3 standings. In between those two, Enzo Potilicchio in the number 10 Graf Racing Ligier.
Simon Dolan, meanwhile, is still holding off the Eurasia car, with Gary Findlay doing a great job with the older Oreca pulling onto the rear of the 33. Let's just remember for a moment, by the way, in this top 6 cars, and Tristan Gomondy is the 6th place man in the number 33 car there on screen. Simon Dolan is the only non-professional ranked driver in the top 6, so they're burning the time that they have to have Simon in this car with 2 professional drivers, and very good professional drivers, still in their pocket. So it now becomes a matter of how little time Simon can lose to the leading group.
And he started 5th, he still is 5th with a very wayward route out of Villeneuve corner that time around, but collected up by Simon Dolan, gets on the brakes into Tosa. Meanwhile, 2 abreast at Rivazza, which is not normally the prescribed thing. The AF Corsa Ferrari that we now go on board with, trying to get past the number 5 Ligier of Jesus Fuster. So this is the number 5 of By Speed Factory.
It is indeed, and this is going to be all about the Battle of the Grand Marques, isn't it? Because up ahead, there we got Robert Renauer leading the GTE class in the number 77 Porsche. Here we've got the number 88 Porsche in the hands of Gianluca Roda, who will know this track very, very well. In the middle is the leading Ferrari, and that's Rui Aguas, a very quick man indeed, that wheel of any Ferrari. Loves the Ferrari 458 GTE, races a very similar car to this in the World Endurance Championship, and he's looking to do this for Ferrari on the home track.
There is Enzo Potilicchio in the number 10 car, so Graf livery, very recognisable, red, white and blue, followed by the baby Panis Bartes Ligier. This is the big brother, if you like, and those places not yet changed around, but the Thirier Oreca coming under more and more pressure from Paul-Luc Chatin here. There was a change, by the way, that time around as Tristan Gomondy got ahead of Simon Dolan. We didn't spot that, but car 33 has now managed to get through, and expect Tristan Gomondy now is in clean air to try and close up the gap to Bjorn Verdheim in 4th.
So it really is fast and furious stuff. And the lead of the race, Nico Lapierre, has got that gap, but that gap is not growing. It's this pair battling with each other, but staying in touch with the leader. It's about 3 seconds at the moment. Lapierre's advantage over this battling pair. And that's one of the United cars off. It's the number 3 car.
Race
it was the leader.
Yeah, P3 leader, and was that a mistake, an uncharacteristic mistake from Matt Bell, running wide at Tamburello, but he's gifted the class lead to the sister car in United Autosports. It looks like it was a very busy portion of the track, up alongside Memo Rojas, and just runs out of road, doesn't he? He turns in at what looked like the right point. Thankfully only just dips at one wheel into the gravel, so was able to keep the momentum going just about, but loses the lead therefore to Alex Brundle, who goes ahead in the number 2 car.
And that pair are romping away. 8 seconds, nearly 10 seconds to the good now. The Alex Brundle car ahead of the first non-United Autosports Ligier. That's Jacobini in the number 11 car. And still the second place battle rumbles on. Looking up the inside this time, Paul Chatin.
Does it, doesn't he? He threw in the dummy there on the outside of Tamburello, and that created the gap. Pierre Thiriet distracted by the movement of the Ligier in his mirrors, and all of a sudden the door was opened, diving down the inside then Paul-Luc Chatin to snatch second position away from the Frenchman Pierre Thiriet.
I'll correct myself, by the way. Of course, Pierre Thiriet is the non-professional ranked driver in that second place, now third place car. So he's the man that Simon Dolan will be most measuring himself again at this portion of the race.
The pilot of that Porsche we were just on board with was Jean-Luc Roda, the 88 car, hammering the curbs at Aqua Minerale. Speaking to Wolf Hensler before the start of this race, he said that the Porsche is able to ride those curbs pretty well. There are different sorts of curbs around here at Imola, and the fairly high black and yellow curbs that are taken out when the bikers come here, the super bikes, but they're screwed directly in place for the cars, and you need a car that is well balanced. There they are, almost like sleeping policemen on the inside of Variante Alta.
And a great opportunity there to see the comparative performance of various parts of the track between the P3 and the GTE we're on board with there. Be another great shot to see, and here we come with the leader, 13 minutes on the clock and about to actually lap the first undelayed car in the field, and that will be the number 99 Aston Martin in the hands of Andrew Howard, Beach Dean Ice Cream boss and Wickham Wanderers chairman, aboard his Aston Martin GTE, learning his GTE trade after real success in the GT3 version of the Aston Martin. And you'll see the race leader come by him right now.
Yeah, very experienced driving Astons with the traction control and the ABS, but these GTE cars don't have any of those driver aids, and Andrew Howard sees it as a much bigger challenge, but equally so more rewarding as well if you can do well in a GTE car. At the moment he's at the back of that field, but the other cars in GTE class aren't too very far away. He's got Duncan Cameron ahead of him in the 55 AF Corsa Ferrari, and then Alexander Talkanitsa Jr. So back on board with Nicolas Lapierre, trying to work his way through this traffic. Nearly side-by-side contact on the approach to Variante Alta. There's the race leader, so busy at the top portion of the circuit then, and a patience game because he's just presented with a wall of Ferraris. Can he find his way on the inside? He is on the grass, and there was no other escape there. Nicolas Lapierre surely having to ease off the throttle pedal there and swing around the outside of those Ferraris, but that will have not been part of the script. 2 wheels on the green stuff.
I'm pretty certain those cars were not expecting the leader through this quickly, and that was pretty close stuff as he comes, looks up the inside of the number 55 Ferrari, but the Ferrari moves over on him because he's got the 66 in the middle of the road, and he was almost 4 wheels on the grass there.
That was Duncan Cameron in the 55, battling away with Rob Smith and the JMW Motorsport Ferrari. Good reactions from Nico Lapierre, and then when they got to a slightly wider portion of the circuit, as the circuit swings into Rivat, so you can see the houses in the distance there, he was able to get the move done. But a frightening moment for Dragon Speed, and it's going to be relentless stuff from this point to the end, isn't it? There's so much traffic to deal with, as Gerard Neveu quite rightly said at the start of the race. Toza, no quieter, with a couple of Ligiers ahead, a portion that he's just lapped, and we go on board with said Porsche. Your chauffeur is Jean-Luc Roda, heading for the highest point of the circuit, Piratella, before the plunge down into Acqua Minerale.
Back into a Porsche this year, Gianluca Roda, after a couple of years away from the marque where he did most of his racing. Twice the Porsche Cup champion. That's the trophy awarded by Porsche for the best, the best non-Porsche factory man of the year. Then a year with a Ferrari, then the Corvette in the World Endurance Championship, now back to the LMS with a Porsche. He seems to be enjoying himself thoroughly, doesn't he? As Dragon's big car goes 3 wide with a pair of the LMP3 Ligiers. Does that with no further drama.
But exactly the same scenario, a lap later, only replace the Ferraris with JSP3s. This time no grassy moment for Nicolas Lapierre. Back on board with him we go, and right behind Jacques Nicolet in the number 24 car. Makes quick work of Jacques, who has built and supplied these Ligiers across, well, what was the number that you gave to me as we worked our way to the commentary box? 40 odd now.
There are 46 orders for Ligier JSP3s,
wow,
with 38 delivered.
Goodness me. Here's a replay of the start, and watch the orange car of Simon Dolan. I think side-by-side contact there with Bjorn Verdheim to create the gap, and it worked for the Brit. Simon Dolan slotting that number 38 car into 4th position, and it did take a couple of laps before Bjorn Verdheim could repay the favour, getting a good exit out of the top chicane and down into Rivazza, very nearly 3 abreast there through turn 1. The left-hand kink, it's flat out through that portion before you get the car set up for Varianti Tamburello. The left flicks of turns 2, 3 and 4. Another puncture there by the looks of things,
Now that,
Graham.
I think, was at the start of the race. I think that's something we may have missed. We saw that the number 18 car had made a pit stop, but that was a puncture for the 18 car on the opening lap. And this was the incident we saw with Gary Findlay and Memo Rojas. Again, another puncture caused there to the rear left of the 41 car. But now it's all about dealing with traffic, keeping the gaps as best you possibly can, and who can do it with that blend of care and aggression that really it takes at this level.
Yeah, it's a careful balance, isn't it? Now, this is the number 9 car from Graf Racing, so Eric Trillouet just ahead of Bert Longchamp. And then the 20 car behind that.
It's the Duquesne Engineering car.
Yes, which... trying to work out where that car started. Quite a way down, actually, in 34th position. Maxime Pilar doing the opening stint.
Should say, by the way, up into 3rd in LMP3 now is Roman Rusinov. He's made his way through a couple of the other cars and beginning to show his experience in prototype racing.
So this is a good little dice for 23rd overall, and the lower order of the top 10 in P3. So they're heading out of Tosa now, side by side between Bjorn Verdheim and Tristan Gomandy. Again, it looked like there was a little bit of contact there. Rubbings Racing, I suppose, and a car going straight on in the foreground. Now, who was that we
It's
saw?
the Euro Interpol car, 13 Ligier P3.
Yeah, started 35th and straight lining the gravel trap at Tamburello there.
It's I think it's Jakob Szymkowski in that car. Great looking car. Yellow wheels, yellow and green paint scheme.
Now, Nicolas Lapierre having to side his way through what was an already very intense battle for 10th position in LMP3, so bear in mind that they've all got the blinkers on to a certain extent, trying to battle amongst themselves, and then all of a sudden this big old Orica 05 works its way through.
Now they're getting the blue flags, but the problem here is, of course, all they can really see very quickly is another prototype in the mirrors. They know they're in a battle with another prototype, so really it has to be heads-up stuff. Meantime, making his way through the traffic and doing a very, very good job of it is Bjorn Verdheim. Simon Dolan, by the way, has lost another couple of places. In fact, he's just got that place back. Lost in place to Gary Findlay, lost out as well to Leo Roussel, but is now back ahead of the Morgan and back into 7th position.
Tamburello, a very tight sequence of corners now, past the Ayrton Senna Memorial and up towards Varianti Villeneuve, which again is a fast sequence of corners, only 2 apices here. The left-hand one is relatively quick, although you do have to brake for it, and then you really got to stop the car for the right-hander. Up a gear or a couple of gears before you get to Tosa, again hard on the brakes. So disc brakes around this place do take a pounding. We saw that a few times during qualifying when wheels were changed on the GT cars. The amount of brake dust that pours off those front brakes particularly. Paul-Luc Chatin charging his way into Aqua Minerale and getting out of the way, or getting past one of the Graf Racing cars. So this has actually separated the scrap for 10th position in LMP3 as the P2s work their way through.
You do have to be decisive here, but there's just that balancing act, isn't there, between being decisive, being aggressive, and being overly aggressive. At the moment, all the right side of the line that I've seen. But, through all of that, Nicolas Lapierre retains a lead. Paul-Luc Chatin is beginning to get some clear air ahead of Pierre Thirier in second, and will, when he sees clear track in front of him, start to set about the advantage of the Oreca ahead. So it's Oreca Ligier, Oreca Ligier, Oreca, Oreca for the top 6. In GTE, it's that 77 Porsche ahead of this car, the 51 Ferrari.
Just over 20 minutes gone of the 4 hours of Imola. Round 2 of the 2016 European Le Mans Series. It's Johnny Palmer and Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com bringing you the coverage, the commentary, and Charlie George is down in the pit lane getting as many interviews as possible, and also of course we'll be covering many pit stops for this 41 car field. Sorry, go ahead, Graham.
In terms of what a difference, just aggression and targeted aggression and being successful with that through traffic can make. Rui Aguas has dropped 10 seconds to Robert Renauer through traffic. They were almost, not quite, but almost nose to tail. 10 seconds a gap as we look here for, again, a challenge from Tristan Gomondy on Bjorn Verdheim. It's battle for 4th place still, well underway. If the Swede thought that was done and dusted, well, Mr. Gomondy begs to differ.
Well, Robert Renauer, impressive in the number 77 Porsche, often races with his twin brother Alfred. And we're watching, a sideways moment there for the Valourba Corsa Ligier, which actually goes broadside and clips that big old curb that I was talking about a little while ago. So the sleeping policeman jumped that car up in the air. Let's hope the driver of that, Serna Giotto, can get back into the race relatively quickly.
Of course, their home race, team from Montebelluna in northern Italy. They want to put on a good show here.
So Giorgio just dipping a rear left wheel onto the grass, and we've seen that a few times in the build-up to the race through free practice. If you do that, even though we had plenty of rain overnight, plenty of sunshine to get rid of some of that water in the grassy areas though, but of course when the tyres just want traction, you're trying to stop the car from high speed down into relatively slow speed at Variante Alta, you've got to keep all 4 wheels on the asphalt. It seems obvious to say, but there is some evidence of exactly what happens when you don't do that. Dragon Speed still leading the race then, and about to lap the number 16 Ligier. These Panis Barthez cars look very similar, but they have a P3 Ligier and then the larger P2 car. And it's the P2 machine that's in 2nd position. Pit stop there for the Ultimate team. So car 17 coming down pit road.
Drops to the rear of the field as a result. I think one of the best looking cars, best looking liveries on this in this field, this cherry red and white Ultimate Ligier. Looks absolutely gorgeous. Clearly a problem there, and it's a problem with the front left Michelin.
Francois Hiriot at the wheel, started 20th, so right in the middle of the field, but sadly, as Graham says, it falls to the rear as a result of that pit stop.
Alex Brundle, though, continues on imperious in the lead of this race. Will have to cede the driving seat of this car to what's the name of the other guy? Martin Brundle.
Oh yeah, I've heard of him.
I've heard of him because not allowed to run a gold rank driver in the Road to Le Mans race next up for the LMP3s, and Martin, courtesy of his more advanced years to his son, when he comes naturally, is now silver ranked.
Back on board with Lapierre, beginning the climb out of Tosa and up the hill towards Pilatella. Meanwhile, this is Robert Renauer, still continuing to impress. He has a lead of 15 seconds, near enough, 14 seconds over Rui Aguas So this is great performance from the German.
We certainly can see the background behind the Porsche. There's Gary Findlay going up the inside, but catching him again is Simon Dolan. Having dropped a couple of places back just briefly, Simon Dolan now picking up pace again and is now getting back onto terms with the Murphy Prototypes Orica.
Paul Chatin for Panis Barthez Competition, heading out of Variante Alta, and of course he will hand over to Timothy Bourret and Fabien Barthez, the former Manchester United goalkeeper, former French international goalkeeper, and a very mean racer as well, bringing funding to that team. Olivier Panis overseeing the running of it. He's here this weekend, and that's a colour scheme I'm now being able to recognise at a good old distance. It looks great, a sort of turquoise or teal with the black, and
matte black as well, which makes it all the better.
Yeah, and we saw in that last shot both the P2 and the P3 cars.
Here comes the leader past the delayed Ivan Muller, entered 18 car. Let's go out at the wheel of the... Sorry, it's Thomas Laurent, isn't it, in the 18 car, in 40th position after that very early pit stop for the puncture. This, by the way, is the P3 version of the Panis Barthez Ligier family. Number 16 car, that's early issue. And still running well up there in 5th position in this 20 car class.
Made the move there on the number 11 car of Marco Giacoboni.
So 4th position now.
Yeah. There's the 11 Euro International machine. Giorgio Mondini putting that second in the LMP3 field yesterday. It has dropped 1 or 2 places. Meanwhile, here is Bjorn Verdheim keeping Tristan Gomondy just about at an arm's length. The 2 cars, very different shapes, a Ligier and an Orica 05, but they go at very similar speeds.
Also on different tyres, of course. It's Michelin for the number 40 car, it's Dunlop for the number 33. Doesn't look at the moment as if we're going to be looking at the relative wet weather performance of those 2 brands. You never do know.
Unlike last year, by the way, Krone no longer running the Judd engine. They've reverted to Nissan power, so both of these cars now powered by the Japanese power plant. And Bjorn Verdheim flashing the lights frantically to make sure that the guys he's about to lap have seen him, and that is in fact the fight for 4th position just up ahead in LMP3.
This is the classic kind of scenario that really can change the picture of a race for any number of people involved in the tussle, whether or not it's just a minor delay, whether or not someone makes the guess left or right and it goes wrong. See Olivier Panis there, vein pulsing, tension for a racer actually watching on and not being part of it must be a very different experience.
Yeah, I think generally when a driver is behind the wheel, they feel entirely in control and can be pretty relaxed, but then when you get out the car, hand over to your co-driver, that's when the nerves really start to ramp up, because all you are then is a spectator.
Yeah, beautifully done there by Bjorn Verdheim, puts the Panis Barthez 16 car between him and Tristan Gomondy. Gomondy, though, the very next opportunity, gets by, order restored.
The gap's edged out a little bit, but Tristan Gomondy should be able to close that up again in the Eurasia Motorsport Orica. And that was the battle for 4th position in P2, lapping the battle for 4th position in P3. Robert Renauer still at the head of the order in the GTEs, by the way, from Rui Aguas.
Has pulled that gap out, 15 seconds now.
Yeah,
so Robert Renauer is pushing very, very hard indeed, and through traffic, it does look as if Aguas is not able to match that pace at the moment.
1:43.9 for Renauer last time around. That's the car's best lap of the race, but Rui Aguas' best lap of the race, and the car behind, which is a number 5 by Speed Factory Ligier from P3 with Jesus Fuster at the wheel. That was that car's best lap last time around too.
Fastest lap of the race though goes to the race leader, and it's Nicolas Lapierre, 1:34.870, and he's beginning to pull out an advantage again. The gap over 4 seconds and now beginning to expand as Nicolas Lapierre finds a little bit of clear air and exploits that. Paul Chatin will be looking to respond as best he can. He clearly has got pretty clear track in front of him, but at the moment cannot match the pace of the number 21 car at this phase at least.
Fastest lap of the race last time around for Nicolas Lapierre. 4.4 seconds the lead margin from him back to Paul-Luc Chatin. So it is the 23 car still in second position, but there is Pierre Thiriet. Now he has a safe enough margin back to Bjorn Verdheim, despite the pace generally being higher from Verdheim and Gomondy. Last time actually Thiriet was able to open up a fair bit of a gap because of the traffic that Swede Verdheim and Frenchman Gomondy had to deal with. In fact, Thiriet with the car's best lap of the race that time around, so he's getting well and truly in the groove now. Half an hour into the race, track getting nicely rubbered up as well, so a mixture of Michelin and Dunlop tyres going down onto the track surface, and a little bit gloomy from that shot, the headlights ablaze. Meanwhile, this is the 13 car, which has already had, or been in for, this is its first stop rather. And
this was the car we saw run across the gravel.
That's it, that's why I thought it had already been in for a stop.
But it's going in the garage.
Kuba Schmitkowski is on board that car, still in the cockpit as you can see, and yes, being taken into the garage. So clearly the team or the driver not happy with how that car's performing, and they'll need to be quick in turning it around, because 4 hours is a quick old race. It doesn't sound like it should be, but if you spend a prolonged period in the garage, that really is race over.
Now, what if that's cause or effect? Was it a problem that actually caused him to pitch into the gravel, or is it gravel that's found its way into somewhere unpleasant? You don't want that jammed in a brake caliper, or indeed any other debris that's causing any kind of problem. Has got another car running off. That is the ultimate car. We've already seen that car down pit road, and it's beginning to be a bit of a struggle of the afternoon for it, the 17 car.
Yeah, qualified pretty well, but all they've done so far is go backwards with one stop, which took them over a minute to do. And unfortunately that 17 car is now flat last, although it stays out, it would appear, after that off-track moment at Rivazza. Back with the race leader, Nicolas Lapierre, 20 laps done now, and looks very relaxed in terms of the car's body language. Headed through a busy portion of the race for Frenchman Lapierre. Now he's got into a little bit more clean air, can work on trying to extend the gap back to Paul-Luc Chatin. It's up to 5 seconds.
The United Autosports 1-2 continues, and they are pulling away a rate from the remainder of the field. Something like 25 seconds now, the United Autosports pair clear of Roman Rusinov.
Chatin making quick work there of Alex Brundle. It's a P2 pace versus a P3 Ligier.
Well into the second of 6.5 hours here. Long way to go.
On the grass again, Paul-Luc Chatin, this time it was on the exit of Acqua Minerale and up to the braking area for Variante Alta. Up ahead of him is the number 4 car driven by Jean-Marc Merlin, and he's able to get by him pretty easily, but the gap is still being extended by Nicolas Lapierre, so this is having its toll on Paul-Luc Chatin's lap times. 6 seconds now the deficit to the number 21 Dragon Speed car.
And that's what traffic will do, whether or not you deal with it well or otherwise. There is going to be some delay. It's going to cramp your style. It's going to, in very many ways, just take you away from the ideal line. That costs tenths if you're lucky, more if you're not.
There's a good rundown of how the cars have done since they started the race. From pole position, Lapierre has retained that position, but Paul-Luc Chatin gaining a spot, Pierre Thiriet losing one, Bjorn Verdheim staying in 4th from his starting position. Let's get a little bit of news from the pit lane though, and Charlie George.
Yeah, I'm down here in the AF Corsa garage with Marco Ciocci. Marco, Rui has made a good start in the Ferrari.
Rui is making a great stint now. A lot of traffic, but he's making a great job. Porsche is look like a rocket. He's making a super race. We are trying to catch up, but now be focused, be away from problem, contact, curbs, many stuff to check. We will see at the last hour where we are.
But you are Italian at Imola.
Yeah, I'm Italian. Ferrari is Italian, Imola is in Italy, but sometimes it's not enough to have some extra tenths. But we're working hard to reach the gap from the leader.
I notice that you've hurt your foot this weekend. How is it feeling?
Right now it's pretty good. A little bit worried only for the fully stint, because for a few laps, 10 laps, 12 laps is working. I don't know what's happened in the second part of the stint, but for sure we don't think about that when I will be in the track. We try to push at maximum. At the end, we'll see.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's something about an Italian saying the word Ferrari that makes them sound even more Italian, isn't there?
Yep.
But Marco Ciocci, the cheeriest ever, despite the fact that Charlie's absolutely right, has been walking around the pits here on crutches and suiting up and ready for the first pit stops, or getting towards that time for the leading cars. But on in the lead of the race, and nearly 7 seconds clear now, Nicolas Lapierre. Evidently a driver change beckons. He's now coming up to put a lap on Michael Mooneman, 13th position overall. As in comes one of the pair of Oak Racing cars.
Jean-Marc Mollin in the number 4 car. Yep, so it comes in for its first stop. Memo Rojas is making progress now after suffering that puncture. He is nearly in front of all of the GT3 cars and puts him something like 10th position of P3, if indeed he was in that category. Of course, that 41 car heavily delayed Greece Motorsport machine, so easily 14th of the P2 cars. It'll be a little while before he can make any inroads into the rest of his category.
Be interested to hear from some of the guys in the open cars versus some of the guys in the coupes later. It's warming up out there, 22 degrees in the air, 34 degrees on track, with thanks to Pippa Nielsen from Dunlop for that information. It's going to be a pretty uncomfortable afternoon for anybody running a long stint with or without cockpit cooling here.
Yeah, and I think about Marco Ciocci, who's not entirely sure how his foot will get on. He's done, 12 lap stints, but needs to do, as he says, double that in pretty warm conditions. So the adrenaline will carry you through, but it's all about, I suppose, how you feel after the stint. Might need a good old lie down.
Well, they did seem concerned, didn't they, about the pace of those Porsches?
Yeah,
and indeed, Robert Renauer still leads and is making progress up the field gradually, more often than not, with the misfortunes of others. But with a healthy lead, 22 seconds now ahead of Rui Aguas, and that's not, I think, what we would have expected coming here, Johnny.
No, I mean, I love Porsches, big fan of the German cars, but I really thought, as we're in Ferrari's backyard pretty much, then the 458 would be the car to stop. A fabulous display so far from the Proton competition Porsches, though. And I asked Wolf Hensler a little earlier on today whether there was something about the Imola circuit that the Porsche suits, but he says no, it's about how you set the car up, and they seem to have hit something very special this weekend. So they're riding the crest of the wave, and Robert Renauer, who is relatively new to that team, doing a real sterling job. Side by side for some lappery there, but of course, because the Chrome car has to lap some of these slower P3 machines, very nearly contact between the United Autosport car and Tristan Gomondy in the 33, but this is closing up the fight for 4th place overall. Verdheim versus Gomondy. It had opened up to probably 7 or 8 tenths of a second. He's right with him again, though, now, Graham, at Variante Alta.
It was a little bit aggressive, I thought, there from Gomondy, and I think had Alex Brundle not had his eyes wide open and had moved to avoid that, there might well have been contact.
Yeah, and that's the last thing you want heading down the hill into the first kink at Acqua Minerale. There's not a lot of space there, and a big gravel trap almost calling you in. Here's another look at it, and yeah, Brundle trying to take the natural racing line, not realising that Tristan Gomondy was going to charge his way through. Thankfully, Brundle saw him coming and was able to readdress the line.
The 40 car goes past number 14, Murphy Prototypes Ligier, 2 different LMP3 chassis in 2 races. It might be 3 in 3 if the Arve Riley that the team is supposed to be running is ready for the Road to Le Mans race in June. That car going through its homologation process at the moment after some production difficulties. But meanwhile, they lead the race as these 2 cars still battle away for 4th place, closer than ever at the moment. Fastest lap of the race goes to Nicolas Lapierre in a 1:34.799 to edge the gap out beyond 10 seconds now.
So that happened on lap 24. Lapierre has already completed the second sector, 10 seconds before Paul-Nic Chatin breaks the beam at the end of sector 2, so the gap continuing to open up, but pretty close between Chatin and Pierre Thirier now. There's only 1.3 seconds between those 2 cars.
He's been edging his way back into that battle over the last few laps, Pierre Thirier. managing to pull away from this battle because these two, much as they are driving as quickly as they can through the traffic, are having to look after each other, look out for each other rather, and that is just cramping the ultimate pace for both the number 40 car and the 33. That's allowing Pierre Thirier to take that advantage. He's got 15 seconds up the road from this battle now.
Morton Dons with a good lap that time around for RLR Motorsport, the British crew. Just the two drivers here this weekend. Ross Warburton expected to join that driver combination from Red Bull Ring onwards to the end of the season, but Morton Dons sharing with Ozzy Youssef. Morton managing a lap quicker than he managed all race last time around. Again, it's a busy run down into Tamburello for the 4th and 5th place cars. Only half a car length between them, and Bjorn Verdheim caught between whether to go left or right there, and now can go to the left of that number 4 Ligier.
Slightly lucky there not to present the opportunity for the Eurasia man, because that was a wrong call from Bjorn Verdheim. It must be deja vu at every corner, mustn't it? You get past one of the Ligier P3 cars and there's another, and another, and another, and another.
Repeat until the end of the 4 hours, and there is then the LMP2 order. 21 from 23 from 46, so that's Dragon Speed from Panis Barthez from the 46 of Thirier by TDS Racing, and this is a pit stop for Pegasus Racing, bringing their Morgan in. Looks like a scheduled stop. We've also seen a stop for Vincent Capillaire in the number 22, so 24 by Lombard Racing cars. So looks like we are getting to the part of the race now where some of the P2s are deciding to stop.
I think one or two of them will have done so just to keep out of what's going to be a very busy pit lane before too very much longer. We'll keep an eye on the leaders heading pitwards, because this is very much a team game, a team sport, not just between the three drivers, but the contribution made by the pit crews is absolutely enormous here.
Paul-Luc Chatin in 2nd place puts in his best lap of the race there, and the gap's opening up between 4th and 5th, with Tristan Gomendy struggling to get free of that by-speed factory Ligier out of Rivazza. He's done so now.
Both Vincent Capillaire and Leo Roussel, by the way, both stayed aboard their relative charges.
Yes, good point. So no driver changes taking place, certainly fueled and possibly tyres on both of those cars.
Which is, I think this is the Mimo Rojas car, is it? Making his way through traffic.
Car 41 would be looking for, and that car suffering an early puncture.
Apologies, it's the 28 EDEC Sport car. This is the Ligier Judd. Makes its way by the Panis Barthez 16. It's put a lap on that car.
So it's Dimitri Enchelbert, by the way,
inside the top 10.
Yeah, so EDEC Sport with an opportunity to do pretty well here, with just outside the top 8. James Winslow, by the way, pits for race performance, bringing the number 34 Orica down pit road.
This is the number 12 Euro International Ligier. This is the 3rd place car in LMP3. Roman Rusinov at the wheel of the car, at 30 seconds back now from Alex Brundle. That's a big glob of time, and Rusinov basically making his way through the pack into a provisional, albeit distant, provisional podium position here, with still, of course, 3 hours and 16 minutes remaining. Here comes, though, the number 40 car, first of the leading group down pit road, Bjorn Verdheim in the Krone Racing car.
So heads past Dragon Speed, who are also waiting on the apron there. Are we therefore moments away from Nicolas Lapierre making his first stop of the race? But Bjorn Verdheim the first to blink in the top 5. Tristan Gomendy stayed out, so this might be his opportunity to try and make up some time on the 40 crew.
Gary Findlay and Simon Dolan both on pit road as well. So all of a sudden it's going to be, as we predicted, it's a change there, by the way, for the number 40 car.
Yeah, Bjorn Verdheim's name, I noticed, I was on one side of the car but not on the other. Perhaps they've run out of letters or ran out of Swedish flags.
Run out of W's, I think.
Here's the EDEC Sport car, and Dimitri Enchelbert piloting that. So actually we've got 4 now P2s, make that 5 P2s on pit road, including Michael Mooneman's Algarve Pro Racing car. Thankfully that machine was able to take its rightful position on the grid after initially not getting away for the formation lap.
Leader in the pits, it'll become 6 P2 cars now as Nicolas Lapierre brings the car down pit road with an 8-second lead at the point at which he crossed the line for the last sector. He gets out of the car. Henrik Edman climbs aboard.
So, Swedish driver, but based now in Florida, and he oversees that team, brings a lot of money to the campaign, and they've been racing that chassis not only in Europe but also in the States as well. So a lot of air freight required to keep that team going.
Top 4 all in pit road now, and this now becomes the interesting mix of which teams can be quickest in the pit lane. Quickest of the lot so far has been the G-Drive Racing team, the number 38 team, turning Simon Dolan around in 1 minute and 3 seconds. So I doubt that car has taken tyres.
There is Henrik Hedman, the car closest to the camera, the Dragon Speed machine. The gap maybe has come down between that car and the Panis Bartis.
It most certainly has. It's 8 seconds when the cars came in. It's certainly not that as the cars get under power and away. Tristan Gomendi in the pits in the 33 car was timed across the line as being in the lead, but will not lead on track. Henrik Edman from Pierre-Luc Chatin. Pierre Thirier, order restored, but the gaps have come right down. In fact, the top 3 covered now by 3 seconds. There's a slightly harassed looking Nicolas Lapierre. He was working hard there, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Getting some fluid on what's a very warm afternoon here.
Certainly perspiring a little there after hard work put in by the Frenchman. That should be job done for Nicolas Lapierre. And Henrik Hedman now has to do 45 minutes for his stint. 45 minutes. So Hedman in the number 21 car, back out front from Pierre-Luc Chatin and Pierre Thirier. Graham's going to check that in the regulations about driving times. It all depends.
There has been changes this year.
Yeah, you're quite right.
Yeah,
but it also depends on well, whether you're running 2 or 3 drivers and your driver combination as well. So we'll find out exactly how long the non-pro has to be in the car. It's a different strategy, of course, utilised by G-Drive and Jota, with Simon Dolan taking the opening stint. He stayed on board the car, by the way. So we're nearing the end of the first hour, and Simon Dolan running in 5th position behind Julien Leal for SMP Racing. That car arrived in typically SMP Racing colours, then a big crash in free practice 2 on Saturday morning, and the car had to be turned around very quickly indeed for it to take part in qualifying. Now it looks a little bit like the 44 car that raced at Silverstone. SMP just here with their 1 car this weekend, but they had the spare car in the trailer, and a number of the body parts, the Jagonia IAM sponsored body parts, have been put onto the 32 car. So it looks like the 44 machine from round 1, but that is the 32. Stefano Coletti was driving it at the time of the crash, and he not at the wheel at the moment. As I say, Julien Leal driving that right now, the silver graded driver. Andreas Wirth is also silver, and Stefano Coletti, I would expect to be putting that car towards the end. He's the gold. Now this is the battle for the lead, isn't it, between Henrik Hedman and Pierre-Luc Chatin. Pierre-Luc Chatin has not wasted any time at all there, up alongside the Swede into Variante Alta, and he gets the lead. A wry smile from Nicolas Lapierre. It's certainly not done. We've only had 50 minutes of the race, but pendulum now swings to Panis Bartis competition, because they've kept Pierre-Luc Chatin at the wheel, proved to be one of the quickest drivers here this weekend, so no surprise that he was able to get past Henrik Hedman. We may well have a change for 2nd position here as well. Pierre Thirier, who stayed at the wheel of the Thirier Oreca 05, looking menacing in the background behind the Dragon Speed car. This is 2nd and 3rd then. Oreca 05 versus Oreca 05, and Pierre Thirier finds the inside line, up the inside before they turn in at Tamburello. Oh, not a lot of grip there actually at turn 2, and the car thought about swapping ends. Pierre Thirier is able to rescue that situation and bags second position from Swede Henrik Hedman.
There are going to be differences, you're quite right, Johnny, about the driving times for some of these squads. The 46 car we're looking at here, because they have 3 drivers and 2 of them are either a platinum or gold ranked driver, Pierre Thirier must do 90 minutes. For the number 21 car, the Dragon Speed car, well, they've got a platinum driver, a silver and a bronze in the case of Henrik Hedman. And the minimum driver for a bronze or silver driver there is 40 minutes. So each of those guys have got to do 40 minutes. Maximum drive time for Nicolas Lapierre then is 1 hour and 40.
Okay, so they could afford to put Lapierre back in the car. I'm sure they will do for the end of the race. Another update from the pit lane now, and Charlie George.
Yeah, I'm down here with Nicolas Lapierre. A great opening stint from you. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, it was nice. It was a good first stint, but you know the race is very long, but the car balance is great. We just had to manage the traffic. You know, it's a bit tricky at the start when everybody is fighting, but no, it was good fun. The car is working well, and we are looking forward to the end of the race.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So yeah, Nicolas will be put back in that car to bring it to the flag, I'm sure, with Henrik Hedman and Ben Handley, the young Brit, also part of that squad. Elton Julian's suggestion, I understand, to bring Ben into the team. It was put to Henrik that, hey, this is a boy we need, and he's impressed so far.
So we watch again. This is the pass for the lead. Now, this is the difference in tactics being employed by Panis Barthez, because Paul Chatin has stayed aboard the number 16 car, and the number 23 car, and he will do his entire 1 hour and 40 minutes permitted time in that car at the beginning of the race, after which we'll see Timoth Buret and Fabien Barthez, neither of whom are gold ranked.
So opportunities again to see the change for the lead of the race and the change for second position, and Paul Chatin now building this margin. Oh, off-track moment there for car number 88, driven by Gianluca Roda. That's not the class-leading Porsche, but the sister car.
They say running fifth, and Gianluca Roda just as a bit of a rallycross moment there, doesn't he? I wonder whether or not he fell, or he did, outbraked himself there, and very rapidly through the gravel and the grass, and then some more gravel.
That grille has skipped up an awful lot of grass there. Radiator sits right behind that car, right behind the splitter in a Porsche, and they need to be wary of an overheating issue then with all that grass clogged up the front portion of the splitter.
And into the pits comes the LMP3 leader, Alex Brundle, from 10th position overall indeed. And the United Autosports crew go to work. Alex gets out of the car.
I wouldn't be surprised to see the 2 and the 3 stopping on sequential laps with all the team out there and prepped. It makes sense not to double stack them and try and service them back to back, but maybe a lap apart, as the number 23 car driven by Paul Chatin exits Varianti Villeneuve and into Tosa, clean of the windscreen for car number 18, which is the Laurent-driven Ligier from M Racing.
Car that had the puncture at the start of the race. Roman Rusnov, meanwhile, had already pitted, dropped back accordingly. So you see the number 14 car. An all-new driver lineup for this car, and in fact an all-new car for the team this time. The Ginetta they raced at Silverstone Park, and replaced by this, a rented Ligier, owned by BE Motorsport, a team that we might have seen in the LMS, but raced this car elsewhere. So the 14 car now rejoining the race, and now in the hands of, still in the hands of Rob Garofalo, I think, started the race at 14.
The crew down at the number 18 car's squad then are launching into action and getting the tyres changed, all running on Michelins, by the way, the LMP3 Ligiers. And we had expected, it's not a spec chassis, by the way, in that class. You can run, well, as many different P3s have been produced so far. There is the opportunity to put in a Ginetta, which indeed is what Murphy did at Silverstone. We'd expected to see the Riley, hadn't we?
The Ave Riley. Here comes number 2 back out onto track. And it is indeed Mike Gouache at the wheel of the car. But yeah, the Ave Riley ran into a few homologation difficulties, and that's a change, isn't it? That's Simon Dolan ahead now of Nick Jonsson in the number 40 car. And these two trying to chase down Julian Leal in that number 32 BR01, the S&P racing car, who is about 7 seconds up the road from this battle. So Simon Dolan pushes on. But yes, the options are there to run a Ginetta or indeed an Adesse chassis. And again, some thwarted plans to run the Adesse in the European Le Mans Series this year.
Now, car 3 reported to the stewards for speeding in the pit lane. That could be a big problem for United Autosports. If they have their calibration right on the pit lane speed limiter, it might be all fine, but it will be checked, and there are various speed guns down that portion of the pit lane.
Well, if that was the case, that could only have been Matt Bell coming into pit road, because he's on pit road now.
You're right, yes. So Matt Bell tumbling down the order. Is that a drive-through already then for the 3 car? Or is, no, that's his first stop, isn't it?
It is his first stop. We'll keep an eye on that.
Okay, so 5 P3 cars now pitting, including the 11 machine, which started second in class, remember. So at the moment it's the 10 Graf Racing P3 that leads that part of the race. Enzo Potolicchio still at the wheel and trying to run as long as possible with this stint. Mark Patterson has taken over from Matt Bell, by the way. So Patterson back in the number 3 car. That was a 1:46 second stop. So
it's a long stop.
Respectable. Yes, yeah, true. But yes, if Matt Bell is under investigation, as you say, it was his route into the pit lane which may have been a little bit too hot. Did he press the button at the right time, crossing that solid white line, as again the battle for 5th position rages on. Simon Dolan just about keeping behind him Nick Johnson, but way wide again, almost off the red, white and green portion of the curbing onto the grasscrete. And if Simon Dolan continues to take that line out of Rivazza, I'm sure there may be a black and white warning flag waved in his direction. A cleaner line from Johnson, and Johnson trying to get the overlap in the number 40 Krone car. Didn't quite manage it at Tamburello, but there will be another opportunity at Villeneuve and indeed at Tosa. The closed cockpit Ligier looking a bit quicker here than the Gibson in this phase of the race.
Looks fairly untroubled though, doesn't it, the Ligier? Simon Dolan throwing this Gibson around. It's been a mightily effective weapon for Simon and for the team, as this pair look to get by the next bit of traffic, and that's Sir Chris Hoy in the 25 car ahead of them at the moment. Chris running 13th overall. He's managed to deal with the Oak Racing number 4 car. That's now the pick before they can get onto terms with the 25. Both the P2s, battling P2s, getting by the P3 car with little delay. There's the sky blue red Ligier ahead. Here we go, the 25 car. It is going to be very soon a lap down to these two. He goes by the number 16 Panis Bartes LMP3 car. So no sooner does he lap somebody, there's Simon Dolan with 2 wheels on the grass as well. As soon as he laps somebody, he's about to be lapped himself, Sir Chris Hoy. He's running well.
Into Rivazza, they're caught up behind now, the number 29 Pegasus Racing, sorry, the 25 Algarve Pro Racing Ligier. And Simon Dolan needing to pick his opportunity well here. The lights are flashing again, but we'll see cars heading onto the grass, albeit briefly, a few times now out of Variante Alta, as there goes Simon Dolan stabbing his way up the inside to put a lap on Sir Chris Hoy. Yes, he's just about done it. Sir Chris though takes the racing line, and this will drive a wedge between Simon Dolan and Nick Johnson.
Now that was down to Nick Johnson, not close enough when Chris Hoy actually made the gap available for the car to pass him to lap the 25 car. That's given Simon Dolan a little bit of respite. So here comes Nick Johnson again, trying to close the gap. The textbook stuff from Chris Hoy.
So very close to an hour into this round of the ELMS. Another update now from Charlie George in the pit lane.
Yeah, I'm down here with United Autosports. Alex Brundle, looked like a nice clean start there and a great stint.
Yeah, it was very clean for the first couple of laps. All the traffic is so close in time here that we didn't actually catch anything for a good while, but blimey, when we did, it was tough going. Yeah, everything is absolutely the same in the braking zone, so you really have to be last to the late breakers to get past the traffic. But a good stint for us, and nice to see us running 1-2 again. My compliments to the team. 2 fantastic race cars. on the road, and yeah, let's see how it goes from here.
And just how hot is it out there?
I think you can tell, can't you? Yes, it's warm. It's warm.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So chance for Alex now to cool off after a very impressive stint, and brought the cars in just as they would wanted to have done. United Autosports leading the way. 1 hour in the book then, Graham Goodwin, a mere 3 still to go. Paul-Luc Chatin leads by 2.4 seconds from Pierre Thirier, so 2 Frenchmen and a Swede, first, second and third.
Indeed, in P3, meanwhile, as we continue to watch this intriguing battle between the Gibson and the Krone Racing Ligier, P3, Enzo Potolicchio, who still hasn't pitted in the number 10 car, now has 20 seconds back. It's Roman Rusinov, courtesy of that much quicker pit stop for the number 12 Euro International car, second place, and will inherit the lead when Potolicchio finally pits the number 10, with Mark Patterson a further 12 seconds back, so 40 seconds quicker in the pits. That must mean that Rusinov did not take Michelin tyres last time around. Jacques Nicolet looking very warm indeed.
All the GTE cars have now stopped at least once. The 88 car presumably then has had all that grass pulled out of its air intake on the front splitter. It's a little fearful that car might start to overheat, but Christian Ried has taken the 88 car over now from Gianluca Roda. It's a class led by the sister car from Proton competition though. Robert Renau has stayed on board the 77 and, well, has the cushion of 7 P3 cars between him and the next car in GTE, which is Perezzini in the number 51 Ferrari, having taken that over from Rui Aguas. Third position in GTE, car 56, and let's concentrate on the rundown then for P2 at the 1 hour point. 3.2 seconds the gap between Panis Barthez and Thirier by TDS. Henrik Hedman in the 21 Orica is third, ahead of Julien Leal in the SMP Racing BR01. Simon Dolan and Nick Johnson still nose to tail in their Gibson and Ligiers respectively. LMP3 headed by Roman Rusinov in the 12 Euro International car. Second place Mark Patterson in the number 3 machine. That car started from pole. And Marco Giacoboni in the number 11 Euro International machine. So Euro International from United Autosports, from another Euro International car, and then the other United Autosports machine of Mike Gouache. So it looks like it's a duke between those two teams, at least in this relatively early phase of the race. Robert Renau, as I say, leads GTE from Perezzini and Talkanitsa.
It's going to be in LMP3 about whether Roman Rusinov, with his, well, he has more prototype racing experience, how well he can look after those tyres. So another moment for the number 13 car. Already had the delay.
Yeah, going straight on at Tamburello again. Missing the braking point, thankfully not cleaning out the car in front of it though.
Skips along nicely though, doesn't it?
Yes, I suppose so. Managed to keep the momentum up because it's easy for one of those P3 cars to dig in, I think, in gravel, which was rained on at a fair rate of knots last night, but nevertheless is pretty dusty today. And up the inside there, oh, Simon Dolan went for Rivazza 1, realised Nick Johnson was fully alongside and had to check up on that, so change there being made for 5th place. And there is the number 8 Ligier. Now what's happened to this car?
A similar problem there, just
Yes.
got their braking points a little wrong. No harm, no foul, but lots of gravel, and that will be all over the racing surface.
Marcello Marattiotto, the Swiss, on board the Race Performance car. Back into the race goes the number 10 Graf Racing machine, and that's John Faub taking it over from Enzo Potolicchio. Nick Johnson has got through into 5th position though, and he start to extend the gap over the G-Drive Gibson. Of course, it will be keeping things solid as far as Simon Dolan is concerned. Make sure the car is brought in, ideally in the top 6, and then he's got 2 very quick co-drivers to hand over to, Harry Ticknell and Guido van der Garde. Remember, that car was the winner at Silverstone, which is one of the legality panels hanging loose on one of those blue machines. Either the Algarve car or the Pegasus machine. Anyway, let's have a look back at the highlights from the first hour. It was a frenetic start, as we all predicted really. 41 cars piling their way down the main straight and into Tamburello corner for the first time. Somehow they all just about got through. An early overtake from Gary Finlay, but just tagging the rear of Memo Rojas in the Greaves Motorsport, McDonald's car, spinning Rojas around, and that resulted in a puncture. Place change there as Bjorn Verdheim was able to get in front of Simon Dolan, and that a rather wobbly moment for the Panis Bartos LMP3 car at Tamburello corner. Great fight though as far as the LMP3 part of the race was concerned, mainly between the 3 and the 2 United Autosports cars, and that's an uncharacteristic mistake from Matt Bell. This was the Villorba Corsa car of Sergio Giotto rotating at Variante Alta, and the pit stop for the race leaders at the time, Nicolas Lapierre, with a great stint, handing over to Henrik Hedman. But Hedman, shortly after that stop, was overtaken by Paul-Luc Chatin in the number 23 car. It's Chatin who continues to lead after the hour mark. Soon after that, Pierre Thirier slotted his Oreca 05 up alongside the Dragon Speed car to take second position at Tamburello corner. And this was the 77 Porsche, still out front by a healthy margin. Robert Renauer will have gained himself a lot of fans at Proton competition. Clearly they think a lot of him, sticking him in the car for the opening stint, and he will come in with a huge lead over Pier Giuseppe Perezzini in the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari. Do AF Corsa have an answer to this sort of pace? JMW, by the way, and their car, the yellow Ferrari that won on the road at Silverstone but was then disqualified post-race, that's in third position with Scotsman Rory Butcher at the wheel, car 66, and we'll watch with interest how that car does once a certain Andrea Bertolini takes it over.
Just on the screens there, we've got confirmation of that investigation for pit lane speeding from Matt Bell is going to result in a run down pit road, a drive-through for Mark Patterson. He's just lost second place in LMP3, so it's actually Euro International 1-2 now, as Patterson takes that drive-through immediately. So it's 1-2 for Euro International ahead of a 3-4 at that point for the United Autosports crew. He might just get through before the 5th place car, the number 16 Panis Bartos Ligier, comes by.
Two Panis Bartos cars about to meet each other. In fact, they do so now, just before the start-finish line. So that's the number 23 race leading car, putting another lap on Eric Dubar in the 16,
and that was that is the place changing. That is Mark Patterson emerging from the pits just behind the number 16 Panis Bartos car, so we'll drop from 2nd to 5th on a single lap. And Mark Patterson once on track, with Jacobini going by the South African, and 2 places lost as he takes the drive-through penalty incurred by, I'm afraid, Matt Bell speeding on pit in.
And Matt Bell just overtaken there by the Thirier car. Pierre Thirier getting very, very close to the rear of the number 3 Ligier. Contact avoided though, as he was deciding whether to go to the right or to the left of it. Wasted very little time there. Yes, a difficult thing to swallow that, United Autosports, but oh so important that you're at the speed limit down the pit lane. And if you're just a little bit late with that button, you will be pinged for it. So the 3 car on the back foot, the 12 machine of Euro International leads the class, by the way. Roman Rusinov now at the wheel, LMP2 champion from the World Endurance Championship. So Rusinov leads Marco Jacoboni and Mike Gouache, who rates these Ligier JSP3 so much that he went and bought one for himself.
He has effectively a training aid.
Yes.
Nice to be able to do that, but one of a number of customers for Ligier's new UK-based sales agent, which is United Autosports, which is nice. More news on that, I'm sure, as we move forward.
Eyes glued to the screen at Thirier by TDS Racing.
That's Ryo Hirakawa. We'll see the ex-Super GT star at the wheel of this car a little later.
Yeah, he's the gold graded driver. There's also a platinum in that combination, Matthias Besch.
Which is why Pierre Thirier has to burn a little bit more time aboard this car, but he's doing a very good job.
Yeah, bringing that car in from 2nd position on the road behind Paul-Luc Chatin.
And of course the difference here, the gap is what, 5 seconds, but the difference is that Pierre Thirier, as the silver rank driver, has been in the car from the start. So has Paul-Luc Chatin, but Paul-Luc Chatin, of course, is the gold. So the difference between silver and gold at the moment in the top two cars is just 5 seconds, and that is very good performance indeed from Pierre Thirier.
Yeah, Paul Lipschat to hand over to Timothy Bouret and Fabien Barthez. They're silver and bronze respectively, so although the 23 car is up there at the moment, you would expect it to drop away once the car is handed over. We'll wait and see how that unfolds. An hour and 10 minutes now gone as Pierre Thirier heads into Rivazza 1. Late as possible on the brakes, but the car looks pretty stable through that sequence of this Imola circuit. On board with the third placed GTE car, so there has been a change there. Rory Butcher getting ahead of Pier Giuseppe Perezzini. JMW Motorsports up ahead of the AF Corsa Ferrari. There's the yellow JMW car, and headlight out for Perezzini in the white and red, principally white, number 51 AF Corsa Ferrari.
He's also being caught, so you can see in the background, by the number 56 AT Racing Ferrari, running fourth at the moment in the hands of Alexander Talkanidze. Not sure whether it's junior or senior at the wheel at the moment. I think it's probably junior, because I don't think we saw senior with his driving suit on.
Word from Charlie George down in the pit lane is it is the elder of the two.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we, on our screens, from memory, we normally get the JNR to signify it's the younger of the two. So fourth place for Alexander Talkanidze senior.
But most significantly is Rory Butcher up to second, but has got a minute now to make up on Robert Renauer in the lead of the class. And it's an extraordinary run from the Porsche man into the top 20 overall in a field, let's not forget, that has well over 30 prototypes.
Yeah, Rory Butcher no slouch, so we will see just how good this 66 Ferrari is at Imola this weekend. They'll hand over to Andrea Bertolini later on in the race as well. But up against it, certainly, because of the performance of the 77 Porsche this weekend. Wolf Hensler warned us just how quickly that car can go. There is Rory Butcher. Then, contact.
No, that happened before he got there.
Okay.
I think that was already in the process of a spin before Rory arrived on the scene.
Let's take another look at it in a moment. But it's Pierre Nicolet at the wheel, and we'll get another view of it. I'm not sure whether this angle will be particularly telling.
I think he clattered the curb and was already out of shape.
Yeah, you're right. Apologies to Rory then. I normally get on pretty well with him, but maybe that relationship will go downhill now, as I've suggested there was contact into Villeneuve corner, but no, totally the innocent party there from Rory, and did actually pretty well to avoid that wayward baby Ligier. So Pierre Nicolet now caught in the gravel at Villeneuve. Can he get the car turned into the right direction, I wonder, in a hurry? Will that area need to be covered by double waved yellows? There's Wolf Hensler, enjoying the race so far, I'm sure. 19th position overall for Robert Renauer,
and puts a lap on the sister car. That is an extraordinary run from Robert Renauer.
So sorted is this car then from Proton competition. Whatever they found between Silverstone and Imola, it is working, and Wolf was freely admitting that Silverstone was around to forget for Proton competition.
There's Jacques Nicolet, still smiling. Now watch again, clatters the curb here, that unsettles the car, and that car was already going around before the Ferrari even got there. If there was contact, it was after the car had been lost.
Yeah, good spot that, Graham. And some comments from Jacques that sadly we can't hear, but still a smile on his face from the father of Pierre
and indeed the father of the Ligier JSP3.
Yes.
The patron at On Road Automotive and Oak Racing.
So looking out for the number 24 car to see whether it's moving again. I believe it is.
I think it is, yep. Has cleared sector 2 now.
That area will have had yellow flags briefly, but they now can be withdrawn. Robert Renauer, he's put a lap on the 88 car, which is driven by Christian Reed, and he's just pulling away.
He's about to take the position from the 4th placed LMP3 car. This is a car running at pace. Up the inside goes, not quite there. It's Robert Renauer making it very clear that he feels he can go more quickly at the moment than the little Ligier ahead of him. And an extraordinary display for a GT car. Robert Renauer, this is how you leave your calling card, isn't it?
Up to Villeneuve corner again. That Porsche looking very planted indeed, and more flashing of the lights to try and get by. Let us not forget a full-on prototype here.
Let's not forget either, a bit of a battle of the tyre manufacturers, of course. All of the P3 cars are Michelin, all of the GT cars are Dunlops. So the men in yellow and the ladies will be cheering as this move happens, and up he goes into 18th position overall. We're seeing a run from the ages from this man, Johnny.
So, if Renault was in a P3 car, he'd be up to 4th place in that class now. There's only Roman Rusinov, Marco Giacoboni and Mike Gouache ahead. I'm not surprised that Wolf has got a big smile on his face. He's loving this.
Absolutely, I'm loving it too. It's great to see a race driver in their pomp in a car that's clearly working very well underneath him.
2 hours and 44 minutes to go. I'm not quite sure what Wolf was expecting in terms of where the car would be at its first driver change, but it's leading the class, and it's nearly put a lap on. Well,
it's put a lap on the last 2 runners in the GTE class, because the 55 cars had a problem earlier on.
Driven at the moment by Aaron Scott. It was started by Duncan Cameron.
Yep.
And also on for Christian Reed as well. So the other GTE cars in the order: Rory Butcher still about a minute off Renault. Perezzini in the 3rd placed AF Corsa Ferrari is down in 32nd position overall, and then behind him is Alexander Talkenitz Senior.
And right behind him now, it's just 10ths between those two for 3rd position in class.
And it changes as you say that, because the 56 car goes ahead of number 51, so a change for the 3rd step at the podium, at least provisionally.
And catching those two very fast indeed is Alex McDowell in the 99 Aston Martin, much quicker than the 2 Ferraris ahead of him. So Alex McDowell now looking to make inroads from his current 5th position, but looking like if he can run untroubled here, he could take advantage as Fabian Barthez considers what's to come.
Fabian will be put in the car later on in the race. Paul-Luc Chatin, though, doing a stellar job at this point. 47 laps done. He leads the race by 3.6 seconds from Pierre Thirier. Henrik Hedman for Dragon Speed is 3rd. Julien Leal 4th in the number 32 SMP Racing Bro, the BR01. And Mick Jotson is 5th in the number 40 Ligier, the bright green car. Now, that's not the prescribed line at one of the Variantes. Difficult to tell exactly where that is, but it's the 8 car that is hauling himself out of the gravel, and Maratiotto losing a whole load of places, mainly to GTE cars.
Second time we've seen that car in the gravel, I'm afraid, this afternoon.
Yep.
And rather more of a delay this time for the Race Performance Ligier. A pretty looking car, and a pretty looking livery on it too. It's got a dusting of brown now. As through again comes Simon Dolan, fending off Leo Roussel, who is catching the Gibson man.
Roman Rusinov still out front in LMP3 from Marco Giacoboni and Mike Gouache.
And Rusinov pulling away now in clear air, is finding more pace than more or less anybody else in the class. Into the 142s last time around for the Russian driver. That's against the 146 for Giacoboni in pursuit, 144 for Mike Gouache. So at the moment, looking very good indeed for the number 12 car. And that was a run wide from Roussel. Gave the Eurasia car behind a screen full of dust, and I think he's going to try and take advantage here. With the dirty tyres of the Morgan, he does immediately. And Jin takes that place.
The Pegasus car, of course, was the car that barely made the start of the Silverstone race. Leo Roussel, I think, held his hands up to say it was my error, but the car spinning to the right and into the wall.
And what didn't see there was what happened again, because Jin lost the place immediately again.
Yeah. So Pu Jin, Kevin Pu, almost allowing the Morgan back past again. Here comes Kevin once more down the hill into Rivazza. The orange car driven by Simon Dolan, the blue, baby blue Pegasus Racing Morgan Leo Rissell at the wheel, and then Kevin Poo in the closed cockpit, Orica 05 of Eurasia Motorsport. But he seems to get a bit of an advantage and then give it back again. That's Pierre Nicolet again off, this time on the outside of Tamburello corner. So it goes off to driver's right rather than driver's left, but it is exactly the same place he made that mistake, and this time it's contact.
That was EDEC Sports car, and that's he was blameless there.
Yeah.
Pierre Nicolet did very well to actually keep it out the wall. But the EDEC Sport car there, I suspect, might be called for that one. Nasty place to have an off.
Now that's either Patrice or Paul Lafargue. We know it's Pete Lafargue, but often difficult to tell those two drivers apart on the timing screen. Pleased to see though that Pierre Nicolet is able to rejoin the race. He waits for an opportune moment and a gap in the traffic.
I think he may have a puncture, maybe a right rear puncture on that car.
Wouldn't be surprised after two visits to the gravel track now. Both tyres seem inflated on the left-hand side of the car, but it isn't, certainly not up to race pace. So looking at the rear right, and yes, I think that tyre is down. Or
Well,
certainly
it's to be hoped it's a puncture, not a suspension breakage, and after having clattered it through the gravel trap, each is equally possible. And that's not the 4, it's the 4. It's the 4 car. It was certainly the 24 car that went off the first time, so both the Oak Racing cars in trouble on the same lap.
Wow, okay, so the 4 car driven by Eric Maurice.
There's the 24.
And the 4 spun in front of it. Goodness me, so the 2 cars from the same team from Oak Racing. We didn't see the incident for Eric Maurice, but I didn't think my eyes were deceiving me that it was the 24 car. Jacques Nicolet, that may well wipe the smile off his face. A puff of the cheeks.
Briefly.
What on earth is happening here for Oak Racing? So it's a rear right tyre that has deflated on the 24 car. They'll get it back to the pit lane and try and assess whether there's any suspension problems with that as well. Certainly way down on that right hand side. The tyre change, but not up to the 4. I think it just maybe spun coming out of Tosa for Eric Maurice. And
that's the 28 car, which was the car that caused the incident for 24 in the first place.
Yeah, 28 driven by P. Lafargue, Paul or Patrice, and contact with Pierre Nicolet at Tamburello corner, and then more problems a bit further up the track at Villeneuve. Meanwhile, the driver in 3rd position, Henrik Hedman, pilots the Dragon Speed Orica 05 out of Rivazza and then over the grid hatchings through the couple of kinks there. There's the Ultimate machine, which has had its trials and tribulations so far in the race as well. That's rejoining.
It's coming out from the garage, isn't it? After its lengthy second stop.
And that's the crew down at Oak Racing, isn't it? Preparing themselves for the 24. The 4 may not be too very far behind it either.
I mean, might get the opportunity here to see if there's a puncture.
Yeah, indeed. We're going to go down to the pit lane though to have a word with a man who's probably very, very happy, Wolf Hensler.
Yeah, down here at Proton, Wolf, the pace of the Porsche this weekend is just incredible. What's the secret in the change in Silverstone?
Yeah, I have no idea. I think it's just a little bit warmer here, and it seems like that the Dunlop tire, at least for us, is working way better than at Silverstone. And I'm really surprised how good it goes, and the pace of Robert is really, really good. And before the race, we had no idea how the tire will be over stint, but it turned out to be very, very good. And at the pit stop, we changed only the right side. So new tires only on the right side of the car, and he's still doing good lap time. So I don't know, it's magic today.
I bet you can't wait for your stint.
Yeah, I still have to wait maybe half an hour, and then I get in the car. So everything looks good, and I hope it stays like that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wolf Hensler, the thumbs up from the German. He'll be getting on board the 77 car, which is this machine, as he says, in about half an hour's time. But Oak Racing getting to work, trying to get one of those wheels off. It did look like there was some suspension loose possibly, and they may have to get into the innards of that car to make sure it's safe to send out again. But Eric Maurice has stayed out. It's the 24 car that they're servicing right now.
And there clearly was a puncture at least on that tyre, but was there more damage?
A good old wiggle of that wheel on the rear right corner, in an effort mainly, I think, just to make sure they could get the wheel off, and the pegs had broken free. But yeah, there might be the need to take that car into the garage before it can continue.
This is Alex McDowell now beginning to do what we said he would and gets in amongst the Ferraris. He's already gone past Pierluigi Perezzini, now on terms with the third place car in class, Alexander Talcanizza Senior, second place finisher of course at Silverstone. And second place to the car that's now chasing it, the number 99 Aston Martin. This after the GMW car was excluded post-race. But not going to be long, I don't think, before Alex McDowell finds a way past the black Ferrari. The Aston Martin seeming much the quicker of the two at the moment. Already seen an Aston Martin win here at Imola this weekend in the opening round of the Michelin GT3 Le Mans Cup yesterday. TF Sport taking the win in the first ever race in that championship, and Alex McDowell looking to see what he can do to get them back onto terms, with Darren Turner still to come of course in this car, and 3 cars still ahead. This black Ferrari, then Rory Butcher in the GMW Ferrari, and then the rampant form of the number 77 Proton Porsche. And through goes the Aston Martin up into third place now, with 2 hours and 33 minutes remaining.
Gianluca Roda, by the way, started the 88 car. We've got Christian Ried at the wheel of that now, and Klaus Beckler to probably take it to the flag. So expect the 88 car to improve its position later on in the race. It is interesting though to watch the yin and yang of this Aston Martin. A solid stint from team owner Andrew Howard, and now he gives the pros a go. Alex McDowell actually graded as silver, but very experienced behind the wheel of an Aston Martin. Darren Turner, we know all about, platinum. So can they get a podium out of this?
Once again, we get the two Panis Barthez cars on track together. The 23 car puts another lap on its team car in P3. Paul-Luc Chatin, 4 seconds to good now ahead of the 46 car.
Roman Rusinov still in the lead of LMP3 from Mike Gouache and Marco Giacoboni.
That's a change because Gouache has just gone past your international man. So Mike Gouache beginning to find his feet in this race.
Out of Rivazza, or into Rivazza, the move was made, and can Gouache now start to open up the gap back to Russian Rusinov? Yellow and green car not in the mix, so the next car on the road is the 11 machine of Marco Giacoboni, and David Hallyday, after a fraught start to his race, has now got his head down and runs fourth.
Gouache got a 35-second deficit to work on to Rusinov. Rusinov, remember, will be on older tyres, we believe, on the number 12 car.
So nearly another half an hour gone of the 2016 4 Hours of Imola. It's round 2 of the European Le Mans Series. Mike Gouache looking for an inside line there on the AF Corsa Ferrari. Wasn't able to put a lap on it at Tosa, but I would have thought as they climb the hill up over the top of Piratella and then down into Acqua Minerale, there may well be an opportunity, but he's got 3 of these, 2 Ligiers ganging up on him. One of them is not on the same lap as him, and also this is the Greaves car trying to work its way through, driven by Julien Canal. It was quick work of the 13, and now we'll try to get by the other 2 Ligiers before they get to Variante Alta.
And Julien Canal back up in with the group of LMP2s after that first lap puncture for Memo Rojas, after the contact with Gary Findlay in the Murphy Prototypes car. He'll want to get through this little gaggle of cars with little delay.
Found them at a decent point in the circuit actually, where the P2 performance telling over the P3. Now there is the 32 car with the Gigonia IM sponsorship. It wasn't planned that way because it came here in the SMP Racing colours, and they've pretty much taken the spare car out, taken all the bodywork off it and fitted it to the 32 car to make sure that this could be involved in qualifying yesterday and the race today. At the wheel of 32, Julien Leal.
And in the background, as the cars came by the pit straight, emerging from the pit lane, is number 33 car in the hands of Nico Peter de Bruin now, the Eurasia car. So an early stop for that car for the second driver change.
This is the battle for third position. Henrik Hedman at the wheel of the Dragon Speed Orica, ahead of the BR01 of Julien Leal, and the former GP2 runner heading down the hill towards Aqua Minerale, then through the kink where you've got to be slowing the car and setting it up for an important run through the right-hander there. It's pretty much a 90-degree right-hander, but a lot of gradient involved as well. And the team, SMP Racing, eagerly watching Julien Leal's progress at Variante Alta there. Exit speed looks pretty similar to that of Henrik Hedman. And the Colombian Julien Leal trying to apply the pressure here, waiting for the mistake to come. The Orica 05 we know is a good car, very stable on its feet, and at the moment it's able to stick its elbows out and keep the BR01 behind.
Good bit of defence here from Henrik Hedman. Prototype racing at this level is a very new trade for him, and he's doing pretty well at the moment against a driver with an awful lot more heritage at this level. But how much longer can he withstand the pressure?
Good lap, by the way, just to keep you in touch with other things happening up and down the order. Good lap for Alex McDowell, the best lap of the race for the number 99 Aston. He's gained another place, hasn't he?
And Pete, yes indeed, P2 pitters meanwhile include Nick Jonsson, who's just pitted the number 40 Crown Racing car, and right behind him Simon Dolan in the 38 G-Drive Gibson. Those pitting from 5th and 6th positions respectively, and at this point that will see, I think, the end of Simon Dolan's driving. So we'll see either Harry Tinknell or Guido van der Garde in the number 38 car.
Tinks, we believe, clambering on board the 38 car. So this could be a very interesting stint now for the 38 G-Drive Gibson. There was also a stop for Sir Chris Hoy in the number 25 Ligier from Algarve Pro Racing, and Chris staying at the wheel of that car. He stopped a little over a minute, that car circulating in 13th position. But how long will it be before Henrik Hedman and Julien Leal have to pit from 3rd and 4th? Nick Jonsson back into the race in the number 40 Chrome Racing car, so no driver change taking place there. We know that Tinks is taking over from Simon Dolan. Gary Finlay has brought the 48 Murphy Prototypes Orica 03R down the road as well.
And he's been at the wheel of that car from the start of the race.
I'd be surprised to see a driver change taking place there. It'll either be Paddy McLuhan or Sean Doyle. And I need to at some point add up the combined ages of that team, but it's not very high at all.
It's not much more than 60, I can tell you that.
No, indeed. 3 young lads who are loving their time in prototype racing. Limited experience in that style before now, as up the inside there goes Julien Leal, at least for a bit of a try on an overtake of Henrik Hedman. A classic overtaking position at Tosa, but Hedman stands his ground.
And Andreas Firth is standing ready to take over from Julien Leal as the pair look now to deal with the Murphy Prototypes LMP3. Do that with no further drama.
I thought for a moment there Julien Leal was going to try and run around the outside at Piratella, which would have been brave. He's got a good exit out of Aqua Minerale this time though, and should have the inside line for Variante Alta as they crest the rise. And yes, a good move at the end from the number 32 car. SMP Racing then, and Julien Leal up to 3rd place, overtaking Henrik Hedman, as this is the 2nd place car down pit road. Pierre Thirier has been at the wheel of that car from the start. They've done a driver change, so we'll have to wait and see whether it is Matthias Besch or Rio Hirikawa puts at the wheel.
It didn't look like Matthias Besch's helmet, so I'm guessing it's the Japanese driver. Meantime, you're correct, it's his Harry Tinknell at the wheel of the 38. Nick Jonsson stays aboard the 40.
So this will all start to settle down after the latest bout of pit stops very shortly. There is Sir Chris Hoy staying at the wheel of the number 25 Algarve Pro car, and that's the race leader, Paul-Luc Chatin. We can't be very far away from the number 23's second stop, and here in fact it is, right on cue. So Paul-Luc Chatin coming down pit road to either hand over to Timothy Bouret or Fabien Barthez. The stop continues at SMP.
Comes in with 1 minute and 14 seconds to the good, but the number 21 car, of course, owes us a stop too. But the difference now, as we said a little earlier in the broadcast, Johnny, is that is the 23 car having burned its pro driver time.
Yep.
Timothy Bouret and Fabien Barthez remain on the roster. Which of the two is aboard that car?
You would expect that to be outpaced in the next stint, or possibly the one after that, by other teams that have left their co-drivers until later in the race. An interesting strategy that Fabien Barthez have utilised, and great to see Paul-Luc Chatin perform so well from the front of the race.
Andreas Wirth, it is indeed, it brings out the 32. It is Ryo Hirakawa in the 46 ahead. So this is all going to just balance out again in the next lap or so. We'll start to see the relative pace emerge. SMP Racing, a team so keen to see a very good result indeed. A race win for this BR01 chassis. As out from the pit stop comes the leader, the number 23 car. Henrik Hedman, meanwhile, has brought the second place 21 car onto pit road as the Panis Barthez car emerges.
So that rejoins, and Ryo Hirakawa at the wheel of the 46, as Graham mentions. Henrik Hedman was still awaiting, though, that car to head back into the race. Number 21 Dragon Speed car, there it is.
Ben Hanley at the wheel.
So
now
Ben, the Brit, taking over. And Henrik, of course, will have done his minimum drive time of 40 minutes. So Ben will do a similar time, actually, because Ben Hanley, a silver driver.
Well, the minimum time it has to do
is
40 minutes.
Yes, so maybe Hedman does do the 40 minutes and no more. Hanley could be in there for a little longer if the team decide it, but of course what you're working to is the maximum drive time for Nicolas Lapierre. Bearing in mind he's done a fair portion of the race, the opening stages of the 4 hours, and that determines how long he can be put back in the car for the end of it. So Ben Hanley will do the rest, if you like, and we'll watch to see how well that 21 car goes in a moment or two. Hasn't rejoined quite yet. Fabien Barthez then leading as he works his way through Variante Alta. The 46 car, there it is in second position, Thierry by TDS Racing, and Ryo Hirakawa, the Japanese, now at the wheel. Once they come through at the end of this lap, we'll get an indication of their relevant times, but I would expect that gap to start to come down between race leader and the 46.
So you're now looking for where are the quick guys, what are the gaps. So watch a bit of a moment for the 51 Ferrari, cuts the turn. And that is Pierluigi Berrettini running 5th at the moment. That won't help his cause. It's Fabien Barthez from Ryo Hirakawa, Andreas Wirth, Nick Jonsson, and then Harry Tinknell. Nico-Peter de Bruin in 6th position. Ben Hanley now back out on track and in 7th place. And meanwhile, Robert Renauer, as we watch Fabien Barthez aboard the number 23, Robert Renauer now on terms with the 3rd placed P3 car, and for 17th position overall. And also in GTE, Rory Butcher is being closed in on just a little by Alex McDowell. Although there's 3 cars between the pair, it's about 13 seconds the gap. At the moment, McDowell squeezing 142s out of the Aston Martin to 143s from the Ferrari for Butcher.
But just dreamland stuff for Robert Renauer and Proton competition. I don't think they'd ever expected to be punching their weight with the LMP3s. Not that you get any more points in the championship, but we had mentioned earlier on in the weekend that the straight line speed of the GTEs, you know, you can match a P3 car, and then through the twisty stuff with the extra downforce, that's where the usually have their advantage. But when they get to their terminal speed, down the main straight and into Tamburello's. There is a change there for the lead of the race, and this is Ryo Hirakawa wasting no time at all, charging his way up the inside of Fabian Barthez. Barthez tried to defend. The Japanese was coming through, I think, whether he tried to or not, and Rivatsa, a classic overtaking position. He's now got to get by two Ligier P3s, but he'll do that very quickly as well. I'll tell you, Ryo Hirakawa, he's wound up ahead of this stint and is not disappointing. That's 60 laps done now, and Thirier by TDS leads the race.
That was some move. Well done to Ryo Hirakawa. It was forceful, purposeful, utterly fair, and done with space. And not only that, dealt pretty ruthlessly with the P3s ahead on the start-finish straight, and leaving Fabian Barthez to think about whether or not you fancied a look up the inside. As they came to turn 2, he didn't, and that gap has opened up immediately.
So who does Fabian Barthez need to be concentrated on now in the rear view mirrors? Because Andreas Wirth is the next in the sequence, and he's able to lap a full second quicker last time around than the French former goalkeeper. Andreas Wirth in the number 32 car will be starting to close in. Meanwhile, looking at Nico Peter de Bruyn catching Harry Tinknell. And yes, Nico a little bit quicker than Tinks last time around in the Eurasia Motorsport Orica 05.
These two are the two quickest men on track at the moment, as they try to do something about it. Something like a 20-second gap to Nick Johnson, 4th position.
Meanwhile, a stop for car 41, Julien Canal at the wheel of the Greece Motorsport Ligier. So that comes in for its 3rd stop now.
It's actually 3 cars in this train, because just behind this pair, Harry Tinknell comes, there is Ben Hanley. So these are the 5th, 6th and 7th place cars almost together on the road, and this trio looking to make progress. They've got a gap to make up before they get on to the same kind of time track as the leading quartet. First target is that gap to Nick Johnson. So there is Harry Tinknell, Nico Peter Bruyn there, and then Ben Hanley just a second or 2 behind. There you go, the white car 3rd in that train. They've got a P2 car to catch on track here. Next up is Nicky Lutweiler. There he is, just going up the hill in the 34 Orica 03R Judd, Asian Le Mans Series champion from 2016.
So up the hill from Aqua Minerale they go. This is a great opportunity for us to head down to the pit lane now and get another update from Charlie George.
Yeah, and down here with Paul Louchatan. Paul, a double stint for you, hot work, but the car looks like it's going well.
Yeah, the car is very good. You know, it's really hot outside, so we have to take time, you know, to respire a bit. But yeah, the pace was quite good, but a bit of degradation at the end, but was still okay. I think it's a good way for the end of the race.
He's just lost the lead. Is that a big problem for you guys?
No, you know, we know that Fabien is our bronze driver. You have to improve race by race to be ready for Le Mans. So no, it's not a problem for us. We are here to improve our skill, and it's what we do. So it's very positive for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So a little bit of tyre drop-off towards the end of the stint, according to Paul-Luc Chatin. That might be something that Fabien needs to be aware of as well, as he edges towards the end of the tyre life on the number 23 car, which is being run on Michelin's, as side by side here, Graham.
That's Ben Hanley looking for a way by, as Nico Peter Bruyn just stumbles for a moment to get by the number 34 car. Didn't quite find a way through there. Discretion the better part of Valla, and again as the Brit looks to get by the Swiss driver. This is a lapped car, the 34, and Hanley just struggling a little to actually find the right space to get through with no delay and no damage. He does so now.
Yeah, just about gets the overlap on the race performance car and stabs the car at the inside then to at least get the Lapri out of the way. The danger is that Nico Peter de Bruyn is now starting to edge away a little bit in front of him.
And here's the mark of the gap. That's Ronnie Streibeck that Harry Tinknell is just going by now, and then number 29 Morgan, that's 8th place. 7th place is Ben Hanley, who is about to lap the Morgan as well. So really now we're dealing with a group of 7 cars as the lead group, albeit a lead group. They're stretched over some pretty substantial distance. 1 minute and 27 seconds is the gap from first to seventh. Ryo Hirakawa 8 seconds up, and then 51 seconds back to the number 32 car. So is this the 46 car's race to lose at this point?
Well, a massive margin therefore between the 7th and 8th place cars, very nearly a lap. Nail-biting stuff for Nicolas Lapierre as he's glued to the screens as well. Henrik Hedman then still at the wheel of the, Ben Hanley rather, at the wheel of the number 21 car, having taken it over from Swedish team owner Henrik. And Ben Hanley trying to work his way through this traffic, both the laps traffic and the guys that he's racing with on the lead lap as well. Hanley 7th, Peter de Bruyn 6th, 5th place for Harry Tincknell. Tincknell's pace not impressive at the moment. Now whether he's just getting into this stint relatively easily the first part of it and just making sure that the tyre wear is okay, but a 138.7 last time around. He is caught in traffic. It's Jonsson who was able to go quicker last time though, and the 38 car running around in 5th position with the pressure behind him of Nico Peter de Bruyn. Drive-through penalty for car 29 for constant abuse of track limits, so that's the number 29 Pegasus car, Remy Strijbig at the wheel.
Yep, their day going from bad to worse. Nico Lapierre, as the look of a racing driver when not driving a racing car, which is never anything other than slightly bored. But watching at the moment, a good performance from his teammates. What they're looking for now is a great performance from Ben Hanley, deal with the traffic and get stuck in to the 2 cars ahead of him.
This is where we'll see Harry Tincknell's true pace, I think. He's found himself a little bit of clean air now after a busy couple of laps, and I'm sure those lap times will start to tumble now. Up the inside there goes Ben Hanley of the Panis Barthez LMP3 car out of Tosa. Big margin to try and catch up on though to the Nico Peter de Bruyn number 33 car. Down into Aqua Minerale will go Harry Tincknell. You can see him in the distance in the open cockpit Gibson 015S.
Then it's the 2 Orica 05s, line astern now. It's close to the front of the race, and this is the battle for 3rd position now. Andreas Wirth in the number 32 car, the red and yellow car there, and closing in the very chrome green number 40 is Nick Jonsson. Just a second back now. It is now very much a battle for 3rd position with just 13 minutes to go into the halfway point of the race.
Yep. There's the 32 car heading into Tamburello corner, porpoising a little bit through the kink at turn 1. Nick Jonsson trying to deal with the number 11 car. This is 3rd place in LMP3, by the way, the Royal Blue car. Ben Hanley is closing now into Villeneuve corner. Tamburello corner. Villeneuve about to come up next then as they charge their way between the 2 Variantes.
And you're quite correct, by the way. First sniff of clear air for Harry Tincknell, puts in the fastest lap of the race for number 38 into the 36s instantly, and he's now looking to close that gap on Nick Jonsson. That gap is now 16 seconds.
So that's a bit more like it from the Exeter-based driver, Harry Tincknell. Remember, Simon Dolan started that car. It'll be Guido van der Garde then to end it, as almost getting an overlap there was Ben Hanley out of Piratella and down the hill into Aqua Minerale. He wasn't able to make that move in the end, but Nico Peter de Bruyn will have to keep his eyes on the mirrors here, and what's happening is there's the gap emerging between Tincknell and the 33 Eurasia car. Far more pressing is the need to defend from Ben Hanley.
Ben Hanley's looking to race you with the 2 at the moment as they come by the Murphy prototypes. Ligier there to the left. Hanley looking for a way through and looking to force the error. And does he got the chance there? He's gone up the inside. Can he hold it through the turn? He can. Beautifully done. And the 21 car goes through into 6th position ahead of Nico Peter de Bruyn. And now it will be Ben Hanley seeing whether or not he can get onto terms with his British compatriot ahead, Harry Tincknell.
Nicolas Lapierre A little nervy, I think, as that move was done, but Ben Hanley always in hand. And yeah, bit of curb, ran out nice and wide though to make sure that the 33 car wasn't able to repay the favour, and a clench of the fist. Here's what it looked like from Ben Hanley's point of view. Much tighter line required at Rivazza 1, and that's the reason why he ran out wide between the two left-handers. That only meant that the 33 car could not slither his way up the inside through Rivazza 2, and Lapierre very, very happy with that manoeuvre. Meanwhile, this is one of the Euro International cars, I believe. Yes, the number 12 car, which is coming for a stop. So Roman Rutanov was driving that. They are switching drivers, though. Classic Euro International dark blue livery.
Oh, and trouble in the background there for
one of the Graf cars.
I think that was the American crew Graf car.
Okay, John Falb is at the end of sector 1. The number 9 car is in the same sector, so that doesn't tell us anything.
It's the 9. It's the 9 car.
Okay. Eric Trelulier is at the wheel of that then, and
5th in class. That's going to give Mark Patterson the place, and does immediately.
And also Morton Dons gains a position too, so Morton up to 6th, James Swift up to 7th. Trelulier then missing out on a number of places because of either an error or a clash.
And still stranded, and I wonder if we're going to get a local yellow for recovery here. Or might we go to full course yellow here for the first time in the race? Been remarkably clean, it has to be said, for a race which has got so much in terms of traffic. We see here again what's happened, and that was a clash, I'm afraid, with the 48 car.
Car 48,
Paddy McLuchan,
driven by Paddy McLuchan, and
tiniest of touches, but it was enough to turn around the Ligier.
So yellow flag certainly covering Tozer at the moment. Whether we need anything more significant than that, we'll have to wait and see. Keeping our eyes out for the 16 stop as well, though. So this is from Panis Barthez Racing, and Eric Debar was at the wheel of this car.
6th in class when he came down pit road.
David Halliday also making a stop, by the way.
And Chris Hoy on pit road. Now, and Chris is staying aboard. That, I think we've gone to full course caution.
We have, yeah.
We
full
have.
course caution called then in order to retrieve the number 9 car from Tozer. There is a snatch vehicle then on site there in order to tow it out of the way, and it shouldn't take too long. The problem is, of course, that it's the rear wheels are embedded in the gravel, and I'm sure that Trelulier tried to get the car out from that position, but the
wheels
car
were spinning. We could see that there was no traction there.
Yeah,
just
dug
there you go.
itself in, hasn't it?
And just a little bit of an update, and again with thanks to Dunlop. Fastest lap of the race so far has gone to Dragon Speed with 1:34.799. That compares to last year's fastest lap with 1:36.650, which is Tristan Gomondi in the TDS Orica, and slightly quicker the previous year, 1:36.144 from Felipe Albuquerque in the Gibson, that races again this year. We've obviously got more rubber down for the support races this year, but tyre development definitely coming into play with a real-world tyre battle between the Michelin and Dunlop guys, and clearly that's paying dividends.
It's the EDEX Sport car, number 28, taking a stop, so Lafargue at the wheel. Had that incident at Villeneuve corner, a half spin, and also contact with the number 24 car down into Tamburello corner, so it's been in the wars a little bit. Drivers, as you can see, Dimitri and Gilbert, the two Lafargues, Paul and Patrice.
Pits stay open during the full course yellow. What they have to be aware of, though, is that red light at the end of pit lane. Time and time again, we've seen people get caught out by that. Pits are open, but they need to obey the red light at the end of it.
Yeah, the pit lane entry road is always open, but it's about whether the exit is available to you.
Nick Johnson, meanwhile, in and out in the number 40 car under full course yellow conditions. That could be a very significant thing indeed when we get to the last knockings of this race.
If you can do your stop during a full course yellow, clearly you're losing much less time than if you were to do it with the rest of the field at full speed but it's all dependent on whether that red light appears at the end of the pit lane. Now, there is the number 9 car.
And damage to the rear, the legality panel hanging on.
Just about.
But, yeah, thanks very much. That's got that gravel nicely spread all over the entire track. Well done.
And Eric Trulli actually giving the car a little bit of a wiggle there to try and well, drop all the stones out, but of course, as you say, going all over the track, and I don't think the marshals are thinking that they'll head out onto track and sweep all of that up. So
Trillier's got a very good career ahead of him as a council gritter.
Indeed. It's not what you want though on a racetrack, and it will take a bit of time for that portion of the circuit from Tosa up to Piratella to be cleaned. Now, the bonnet, as I'll call it, even though it's a mid-engine Ferrari, is taken off the 51 car. So concern here from AF Corsa.
Now that is the light you were talking about earlier, I think. You were talking about the 51 car with a light looking as if it was... Here we go again. That's not quite enough gravel on it. I'll do that there, and I'll move over here and do that there. And if I pull over this side, I can spread plenty on this side as well.
Brilliant. Great job that.
Yeah.
And because the legality panel is broken, of course the gravel pours out of that whole area a little bit better as well. So there is the potential, as we go back to full green here at Imola, the potential for some future punctures, you could say,
yes,
with so much gravel out of Tosa and up to Piratella. Some brand new stickered tyres bolted to the 55 Ferrari, by the way. And that 55 Ferrari brought in by Aaron Scott. I'll tell you in a moment whether it's Aaron that stayed on board or, in fact, yes, Scott doing a double stint in the 6th placed GTE car, heading back out again. Robert Renauer in the leading GTE machine has nearly done half distance here, Robert Renauer. Has anyone told him that it's a team game? You can't do the full race on your own, Robert. Although probably Proton Competition would wish he could do.
Renauer now leads all of the LMP3 pack.
This is ridiculous. I mean, this is a race that will live long in my memory purely because of the performance of the 77 car. Every marker that probably the team are setting him, he's meeting.
And by the way, he's a silver driver.
Yeah, I know, incredible stuff. He's now a minute and 13 seconds behind the lowest placed P2 car. That's just pitted. And Pete Lafargue, I think, handing over to Pete Lafargue, or indeed they didn't do a driver change. But just over a minute now separate the last P2 car and the first GTE machine.
And by the way, the Lafargues are one of 4 father-son combinations on this grid. 3 of them in the same cars. The Talcanitsas, the Nicolais and the Lafargues, and then the Roders, Andrea and Gianluca, father and son, but in different cars. And just to add into the mix, Daniele Roder was in the Renault support race earlier, who is Gianluca's brother and therefore Andrea's uncle.
Yes, there must be some kind of record, or at least approaching it, to have 4 sets of father and sons in the same race. There's one of the Oak Racing Ligiers looking very, very slow on its run down to Rivazza corner. Meanwhile, Nick Johnson darting up the inside there of another P2.
Here's the John O'Coleman pedalled So24 car, not looking anywhere close to the podium setting finish it scored in the team's debut at Silverstone. But Nick Johnson is only going to move on because Ben Hanley is now in very close contention indeed. Harry Tinknell now, of course, ahead of the 40 car after the pit stop for the Chrome Racing car.
There's the Dragon Speed machine of Hanley, needing to stick a lap on the 51 Ferrari. Can do that, I'd say, just before Villeneuve corner, rather.
Finally, would you believe it? The 77 car's pitted and Robert Renauer is being crowbarred out.
He looks all right, doesn't he? He looks pretty chilled there. He will help with the belts for the new driver.
It's Wolf Hensler.
It's Wolf Hensler getting on board.
So it's not likely to get any slower, is it?
Indeed.
So Robert Renauer will be put back in the cage they keep him in at the back of the garage.
Seat needing to be moved forward on the rails so that Wolf can reach the pedals with some comfort. Because Robert just a little loftier than Wolf Hensler, but the 2 Germans switching positions then. And we'll now see what the 77 car is truly capable of. That's Ben Hanley with a great run though on Nick Johnson, and Ben Hanley has been patient with that one. He's been reeling in the Krone Racing 40 car lap after lap, and now sticks the move on it into Variante Alta.
This pair just about 3 seconds back from Harry Tinknell, who's working the gap to Andreas Wirth. It's a further 9 seconds up the road. You can see again, beautiful job of staying right in the toe of the Ligier and then ducking out at the very much the optimum point. Takes the position, sets off now in pursuit of the orange Gibson. Out comes the number 77 car.
Aaron Scott now between them with something flapping on the front of that Ferrari. Might be a distraction to Aaron, but nothing more serious than that. Swinging through the left, right and left at Variante Tamburello, and now Nick Johnson can get safely by the Ferrari. So climbing the little rise to Tosa, and then the incline becomes much more steep up the hill to Piratella.
Elton Julian there on the left, Nicolas Lapierre on the right. They are looks of anxious men at this point. They can feel there's a result in the offing here for this effort, but very much more so in the offing for this one, the 46 car. What a great run. Rio Hirakawa now is 23 seconds to the good from Fabien Barthez.
And we've now done 2 hours of the 4 hours of Imola, so into the second half of the race, and Rio Hirakawa leads in the 46 machine from Fabien Barthez. The lead is 24 seconds now. Hirakawa heading into Acqua Minerale now and hammering those curbs on the inside of the right-hander. This track a little unusual in that it's anti-clockwise, the only anti-clockwise circuit we visit in the European Le Mans Series in 2016. But 71 laps done. There is the gap, 22.7 seconds back to Fabien Barthez in the Barthez Panis competition car. Andreas Wirth is third for SMP Racing. Harry Tinknell fourth for G-Drive in the 38, and Ben Hanley fifth in the 21 Dragon Speed car. Then Nick Johnson, Nico Peter de Brun for Eurasia Motorsport. Nicky Luchtweiler in the 34 car for Race Performance is eighth. And then Paddy McLuhan in the Murphy Prototypes Orica, the 03R, ahead of Remy Streebig in the number 29 machine. LMP3 headed by Euro International, although as I say that, Marco Giacoboni pits. He's been in the car from the start as well. And James Swift is second. Third position for John Falb. We're going to go down to the pit lane one more time to have a word with Charlie George though now.
Yeah, I'm down here in the Proton competition garage. Robert, that was an incredible drive.
Yeah, the car was amazing. I had 2 perfect stints. We only changed the right tires. The tires were perfect over 2 hours. I had no drinking system in the car, so now I'm totally damaged, out of power.
So you're feeling very hot now?
Yeah, I need a rest now.
We will let you have a rest. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, considering he wasn't able to take much of a slurp during that stint, you couldn't tell necessarily from the way he looked. He looked pretty chilled. I mean, often Robert Renauer is rather relaxed. I remember seeing him at Dubai with the Herbert Motorsport Lamborghini, and they had to rebuild that overnight after it had a significant fire in the Middle East. He mucked in. He started to do some spanner works as well, you know, so a real enthusiast for motorsport, and clearly getting quicker and quicker, put this Porsche in the best possible place for Wolf Hensler, who is the absolute pro in that driver combination, to continue to extend the lead.
I have to say, if he wasn't at the optimum, I'd hate to think how quick he was going to be if he had been, but that was astonishing stuff from Robert Renauer. Car drops back in with Wolf Hensler, 21st position, and with Alexander Talkanidze now actually rather close to that car, but I'm trying to recall whether or not the 56 car has actually stopped out of sequence once, and whether or not the Ferrari owes us a stop. Matthias Besch is going to be part of this story towards the end of this race. Harry Tinknell, though, is pushing on now and closing in very rapidly indeed on Andreas Wirth. The third position, 1:35.547 for Tinknell.
Alexander Talkanidze Jr. started the 56 car, handed over to his father, and we still need to see a stint, of course, from the third driver in that combination. Car 56, Davide Rigon is the third driver in that, and we know all about his pace as well. good question about the 56. I don't remember any incidents for it so far.
It stopped twice, so has the Porsche. The gap, once all that is done, is, would you believe it, 13 seconds.
Yep, so slowly but surely that 56 car has been...
Which doesn't feel right.
No, it doesn't feel right. So maybe you're correct in that the 56 car is in debt to the Porsche and should come in for another stop. The last pit stop it made was 1 minute and 8 seconds.
No tyres, so it saved 30 seconds or so on the tyres, being caught, by the way, by Andrea Bertolini, who is, what, about 25 seconds back from the black Ferrari in the yellow iteration of Marinella's finest. In comes, meanwhile, the sister car. This is the 88 Porsche.
So 77 from 56 from 66. Andrea Bertolini now doing his first work of the race at the wheel of the James W Motorsport Ferrari. Then the 99 car of Darren Turner, which is the Aston Martin Racing Vantage. So one Porsche, two Ferraris, an Aston, and then another Ferrari, the 55 car. Out goes the Porsche of Christian Ried, number 88. And a long run down to the end of the pit lane here before you can release the speed limiter. Green light flashing, as you can see. And it's Klaus Bachler now at the wheel of the 88 car, so that should start to quicken its pace over the next stint.
I'm going to revise my supposition, and I think all that's happened is the 56 car has not taken tyres.
Let's have a look back on the last 2 hours then of the 4 hours of Imola, and some contact down into Villeneuve corner between the Edex Sport P2 car and Pierre Nicolet in the P3 machine from Oak Racing. That was the tyre taken off the rear right corner, but a strange old lap for Oak Racing where both cars were off the road briefly out of Tosa. That was another spin for the 28 car, and this was Alex McDowell charging his way up the order in the number 99 machine. Third position, and he's running fourth right now with Darren Turner at the wheel, but Alex McDowell good enough to take third position. The 23 Fabien Barthez and Olivier Panis car having a tyre change led the race for a long period of time, of course. This was a cracking move though from the 46 machine of Ryo Hirikawa on Fabien Barthez himself. Almost a carbon copy here for the Orica 05 of Dragon Speed, with Ben Hanley at the wheel overtaking Nico Peter de Bruyne rather. That was contact at Tosa. The number 9 Craft Racing Ligier stuck in the stones, and the first full course yellow of this year's 4 hours of Imola. So that brought the field under control. So much gravel left on that run out of Tosa and up the hill towards Piratella. So we'll keep memory of that, just in case we have any late punctures. They might be caused by the gravel that was strewn across the road by the returning number 9 car. And that was the move on from Ben Hanley on the green Krone Racing machine of Nick Johnson. Now Ben Hanley has plucked out of nowhere the best Sector 1 time of anybody, so 20.1 seconds. That Dragon Speed Orica really hustling on. And actually we've now got a 3-car battle for third place, because Harry Tinknell is catching Andreas Wirth, but he's being caught by Ben Hanley, and that trio just, what, 3.5 seconds separate the three, 32, 38 and 21, as we've got the number 20 Duquesne Engineering car facing the wrong way after a spin. And it spun right in front of Ben Hanley, by the way. So Ben saw the 20 car broadside. We were actually on board with Ben Hanley when that happened.
Oh dear, yeah.
That will have quickened the senses briefly, as the car driven by the number 20 machine, isn't it? So who's at the wheel of that at the moment? It's Eric Clement, who pushed a bit hard into the Tamburello corner, ran out of road on the exit, and it doesn't take a lot for one of these Ligiers to swap ends once you start to run them on the grass. The sister car, by the way, having brand new slick tyres, Michelin slick tyres attached to it, and the other Duquesne Engineering car going pretty well. It's David Halliday who's just brought that in.
Quick change for 6th position. Nico Peter de Bruyne goes ahead of Nick Johnson for 6th.
That's the brake dust pouring off this Ligier JSP2, by the way. There's a panel missing from the nose of that car as well.
That won't help the aero any.
Whether that's been taken off by the team or it's fallen off of its own accord, but they're not, by the looks of things, replacing that. They'll send the car back out again. Will cause extra drag. That 19 car pitted from 6th position in class with David Hallyday at the wheel. Eric Debar driving the 16 Panis Bartes Ligier JSP3, so that's the class leader car, at least at the moment, but these cars still due to stop one more time. The 12 machine is second in class. It's the Euro International car started by Roman Rusanov. Dromedary now at the wheel of that.
And Harry Tinknell puts in another 135, edges away a little from Ben Hanley. We'll watch the battle behind them for 6th. It's ahead of this pair. It's now, well, 3 seconds cover, 3rd through 5th. As De Bruyn makes good his escape, for the moment at least, from Nick Jonsson.
Over the top of Piratella goes Jonsson. The 17 crew now servicing their ultimate Ligier JSP3, so this car has pitted from like 35th overall, and put the stall there as well, so it took a while for that car to get restarted and back into the race. 17 car started by Francois Hiro, and started from 20th position. I think Francois has possibly been in that car from the start, actually. It's been an interesting stint from him. A few gravelly moments, but I'm sure this is his chance now to hand over to the other co-drivers. Down into Villeneuve corner, into Tamburello rather. There's been a change there, Graham, because the 33 car...
No. We're looking now at the 3rd place battle, because this is the number 32 of Andreas Wirth. There is Harry Tinknell in the background. Just briefly we caught a glimpse of Ben Hanley. There he is, the white car. This is all about grabbing, for the moment at least, the final podium slot. Still though with an hour and 49 minutes remaining. Harry Tinknell is looking to get by here in a hurry, because he knows that Ben Hanley there in the background, the white car with the blue stripe, is closing fast. So Tinknell looking for a way by. And has he found it there? Not quite.
Almost getting the overlap. I think he did briefly. Front wheels level with Andreas Wirth's rear wheels. This could be the opportunity though, as Wirth couldn't apply the power with the 88 Porsche in front of him. So will that be useful to Harry Tinknell, with the BR01 being balked slightly by the Porsche on the climb up the hill to Variante Alta? They're going to exit that corner in the same order then. Andreas Wirth is 3rd, Harry Tinknell 4th, Ben Hanley slipping through on the left-hand side of our onboard camera there in 5th.
And this is where Tinknell is trying to get through here in a hurry. He knows Hanley is coming and coming fast. So BR01 ahead of this train, then the Gibson, then the Oreca, 3 very different cars. In fact, in front of these 3, it's Chris Hoy's Ligier, as the number 9 Graf Racing car has a trip across the gravel. Hanley looks to have the quicker car here and is looking for a way round on the outside. No room quite there, I'm afraid, Ben.
We have got yellow flags for a car off, I think towards the end of the lap, so wait and see whether that needs further attention in terms of recovering it. It's been given a fair while now to extricate itself from the gravel.
And the Gibson stumbles over the RLR car. Over on the grass goes Ben Hanley, and up the inside. Has he got the place? He has. Well, an overtake 3 wide there as they come into a full course yellow.
Moments before the full course yellow as well.
Wow.
I think the overtake was just about done, although gesticulation there from Ben Hanley. And as I say, this is because of the number 8 car that has fallen off the road. Now, where is that? It's, I think, the first bit of the lap. I'm just trying to work out. Again, very similar situation to what we had up at Tosa with the number 9 car with rear wheels embedded in the gravel. And
that's towards the end of the lap, because we can see the outer paddock. So let's have a look. Where's the full course yellow? Now, this isn't the same incident. This is the run across the gravel from the number 9 car.
And was able to get out of that pretty well. Yeah, so this is down at Tamburello for the number 9.
But got out of this one. What we need to see is whether or not that pass happened before, during or after the full course yellow came out.
was almost as if as soon as the pass was done, the button was pressed then for the limiter as the cars circulate as if behind a safety car. But the beauty of a full course yellow is that the gaps between the cars does not increase. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so clearly Ben Hanley felt that move was done after the message for a full course yellow. It's tricky, isn't it, because Eduardo Freitas will be on the radio to everyone saying full course yellow now. If you're partway through an overtake and you're fully committed, it's difficult to stop that. But fair dues, Ben Hanley, allowing the 38 car of Harry Tinknell back past. And of course, once we get going again, this battle for fourth, or rather third,
because the next car up the road, and we'll see that car, I'd say about there, is the third placed BR01.
It's a battle royale for third, fourth and fifth positions, and that will resume just as soon as we can get...
That's where the car is, that's towards the end of the lap.
I wonder whether it was Rivazza too.
It is.
Yes, it's the second left-hander then, before the cars make their way past the pits. Haven't yet seen a replay.
In comes Tinknell.
So Tinknell in from fourth place. Haven't yet seen a replay for that Ligier incident. So now it's Andreas Wirth remaining in third. Ben Hanley will go up to fourth position. Tinknell stopping. And an hour and 44 minutes to go. This is the second full course yellow that we've had in the 4 hours of Imola. No sign from Harry that he'll be getting out of the car, staying strapped in, and 1 or 2 checks being made. Making sure he's still getting the water supply from the drinks bottle. Able to have a little bit of a conversation, and then they're not changing tyres, are they? It's
no,
just cars just being fueled. So clearly Harry happy to run those Dunlops for a second stint. Just about getting the car up and running, and hopefully this full course yellow won't last too much longer. Also coming in for a stop, one of the 2 United Autosports machines. It's Mark Patterson, I believe, pitting from 6th position in P3.
Eric Debard now leads that class in the Panis Barthez car.
Yeah, I think they're going quite long into their stint. Eric Debard and the 16 crew, from memory, didn't have a great start to their race, with 1 or 2 gravelly moments. Now, whether they've been able to get their head down a bit more and push on, I have a feeling that 16 car, though, owes us a stop compared to the United Autosports machine. That's just been in, actually. Christian England taking over the 2 car. Patterson remains in the pit lane in the number 3. As out of tow, so then goes the Ferrari, the JMW Motorsport machine driven by Andrea Bertolini. We go green flags, though, once again. So that would have been a countdown job from Eduardo Freitas, saying we go back to green in 3, 2, 1, and everybody applies the throttle. All together, incident sorted out, and fingers crossed all the gaps have pretty much remained the same. So this is the fight for third position, resuming. Ben Hanley well and truly on it, trying to get the overlap on Andreas Wirth. I think he's done it.
He's done it, beautifully done. Very aggressive, but very fair.
And he managed to get through Variante Alta, which I thought was going to be tough, considering the angle at which he approached it. He was almost way over in lane 3 at the point of turning, but obviously the lock on one of these Oreca 05s is impressive, and he managed to heave that car right and left. It looks a little bit skittish under braking, and there's that puff of brake smoke as well from the tyres, rather. So tyre smoke as he got the car stopped. And the other great thing for Ben Hanley is that Andreas Wirth was then balked by the car behind.
Yeah, certainly Andreas Wirth knew that at some point that Ligier was going to have to turn in. I think he thought discretion the better part of valor there. Self-preservation took over. So Ben Hanley certainly was not going to pull out that move.
Here's the Pierre Nicolet, Jacques Nicolet, number 24 Ligier. Engine cover going back on that car, so they may well send it back into the race. It's flat last. It's had a difficult run with some contact, but also a couple of mistakes from Pierre Nicolet as well. And the 4 car hasn't had much of a better run either, with Eric Marie still at the wheel of the number 4, down in 37th position. Wolf Hensler continues to lead GTE by now 18 seconds from Alexander Talkanitsa. Andrea Bertolini is in 3rd position. Bertolini hustling on. the moment we'll take a look at those times within GTE. They're not representative because we've just come out of a full course yellow. Bertolini, we expect to be charging down the 2 GTE cars ahead of him.
And so now with Dromedari for 16th position, the second placed P3 car fending off close attentions of the Porsche. And Talkanidze will come through to complete a flying lap this time around. And the gap, a real world gap, 18 seconds, with Bertolini closing fast on the sister Ferrari, the 56 car being closed down by the 66.
Hirakawa into Rivazza. This was where the number 8 car fell off the road, but the marshals have done a good job in clearing that out of the way as quickly as possible. And Ryo Hirakawa, a chance for him to impress now at the wheel of the Thierry Oreca 05. Very interesting strategy from the Thierry by TDS Racing crew, putting the non-pro in to start with and leaving, waiting in the wings, Ryo Hirakawa and Matthias Besch, who we know can pedal one of these Oreca 05 brilliantly well. Besch with a number of years with Rebellion Racing in the World Endurance Championship in the non-hybrid P1 car. Great bit of experience to bring into the Thierry team though. The inside of the Ultimate car it goes. Another car, the 17, which has had a troubled run from the off. Nearly halfway through the third hour of the 4 hours of Imola though. So may not be too far away from teams starting to back time their route to race finish. One or two runners will need the splash to get to the end. Making use of hospitality there towards the end of the lap, watching some motorsport and a glass of champagne. Some quick times coming through from the middle pack, by the way. Darren Turner turning on the style now. 1:42.2 is the Aston Martin's best lap of the race. It's 4th in class.
And trying to close in on the 66 JMW Ferrari. So at the moment, to lead the race, it's been a very good display from the 46 crew, the Thierry by TDS Racing crew. Fabian Barthez still hanging on in there in second, but it's beginning to be closed down rapidly by the snarling, snapping pack behind him. Ben Hanley now in 3rd position in the Dragon Speed car. Andreas Wirth, Nico Peter de Bruin, Nick Jonsson, and then Harry Tinknell after that pit stop. So he's got a nice full tank of fuel aboard the Gibson. And we'll be looking to do what he can with that. And that might well have been a very smart move indeed. Just 23 seconds separates Hanley in 3rd from Tinknell in 7th. But all the cars ahead of him have got to pit for fuel before he does.
Hour and 38 minutes to go, and Hirakawa, after 83 laps, leads the race then, with Fabian Barthez in 2nd position. But Ben Hanley is coming. Last time around, 2 seconds gained, matching that pace just about Andreas Wirth. 5th position, Nico Peter de Bruin for Eurasia Motorsport. Would they be on for a podium at the end of this?
It's not going to be long before that number 23 car is going to be swamped by this pack, chasing it down, chasing it down. See the Ligier of Murphy Prototypes, number 14 car. Barry Baxter at the wheel of that car at the moment, not featuring at the front of the race. But, that team, full season entry with the Arve Riley AR2. Not seen that car yet, and Tony Arve. You watch Ben Hanley making his way through traffic. Arve Riley has had some homologation difficulties, but we should see that car next time around as Matthias Besch gets ready. And Matthias Besch, a quick chat with him yesterday, and moving across, of course, the P2 effort here from the Rebellion Racing P1 effort, which has been a frustrating berth for him for the last couple of years, and he's picked, by the look of it, the wrong time to move across, hasn't he? And off and into the barrier. It's got the number 28 car. This is the EDEC Sport car, and whereabouts is that? It's post 11.
Patrice or Paul Lafargue at the wheel, and the camera.
Oh, big damage to the back of that car.
Oh, it's the run out of Aqua Minerale, and that's an unusual place to go off, actually. Over the
oh no, not there.
And everyone's going to have to be wise here. Now that's sort of grasscrete and a little bit of proper concrete underneath, but everyone's just about able to get through now. I'm not sure whether Lafargue realises how badly damaged that rear left corner is. He's able to limp the car from one side of the circuit to the other. Thankfully everyone's able to get through. Clearly the incident point covered by double waved yellows. There'll be plenty of yellow flags before that as well, so everyone was warned. Can that car be brought back to the pits?
Well, there's certainly suspension damage to the left rear of that car, no rear wing on the car, serious damage to the rear, and damage crabbing out there, isn't it? The suspension on the right rear of the 28 car. Not been a trouble-free run to this point.
This could be interesting as well, with Darren Turner caught in a melee there. Everyone knew they couldn't overtake each other, and the engine's possibly gone now as well, but at least that's a safer place for the car to come to rest.
I think he realised at that point that car is going to go no further, and if indeed we see Monsieur Lafargue walk away, and I think we're going to, as Barry Baxter, a little bit of rallycross style-y. Monsieur Lafargue walks away, and that, after, 2 hours and 25 minutes, is the first retirement in this race.
Incredible, and the first big contact, big damage for a car. Otherwise, we've had lots of gravelly moments, we've had spins, but most people have been able to rejoin, and yes, that's the first badly damaged race car. Considering we expected a bit more carnage around this place, there's not a lot of runoff, there's not a lot of space on the track to do the lappery. So actually the 41 runners in this race have done brilliantly well, and I'd like to see a replay of that incident because, as I say, it's an unusual place to come to rest. On the exit of Aqua Minerale, as you climb the hill, and it's gone off the driver's right, yeah, exactly that point. So
has he clattered the curb and just lost the rear end and headed straight backwards into the barrier, or was he pushed? It's probably one of the more troubled cars of the race thus far, the 28, now terminally so, unfortunately.
Yes, always struggled to get into the top 10, but nevertheless we would like to have seen it over the line. Meanwhile, Ryo Hirakawa bossing this from the front, heading into the left-hander at Rivazza. Still a little gloomy in places around the circuit, and we've mentioned the chance of rain through the course of the week. Much of it hasn't arrived when it was forecast.
Timothy Perret now aboard the number 23 car. That's put Ben Hanley up in the second position now, so it's 46, 21, 32, 40 and 38, but not for much longer, because the 46 crew jump into action, and I think we're about to see Ryo Hirakawa, as astoundingly he's just about on terms of the back of the Gibson of Harry Tinknell, running 5th, so almost a lap up on the Gibson here.
Pit stop or a drive-through penalty being issued to car 25 because of a pit stop infringement. That's Sir Chris Hoy still at the wheel of the Ligier from Algarve Pro Racing. Again, a car that hasn't really featured in the top 10 an awful lot, although it is 10th right now, and it will have to come in to serve that penalty.
Matthias Besch is ready, chatting to the pit crew. He knows very much a team game. They'll give their best. He's about to do his.
Actually, so Chris may have been in for that drive-through. It's done a 33-second.
That's a drive-through.
So we got the message on the screen almost as it was being served. Meanwhile, there is Ryo Hirakawa heading around the outside of Christian England into Rivazza. Christian is 3rd in LMP3, behind Dromedari and Eric Debar in the 16 car.
Does not pit this time around, Hirakawa. Team looked ready, but does not pit this time around.
Okay, that will probably be a surprise to them as much as it was to us, but Ryo Hirakawa comfortable to stay out as long as he's got enough fuel in the back of that car.
Still showing a yellow flag on the screen here.
That might be because of the E-Deck Sport car where it's come to rest,
Maybe,
although the yellow flags probably will be withdrawn at some point when the marshals feel comfortable that everyone still out on track has seen where that car's come to a halt. If someone overcooks it into Variante Alta, it's kind of in the firing line. I'm sure they've radioed through to get one of the track vehicles, one of the snatch tractors, to stretcher that into a more safe location. So Chris Hoy's back in again.
And that was not a stop they were ready for by the look of things.
So they're doing a driver change.
It's Parth Gopada to climb aboard the car for the first time, the Indian racer.
But
that was a late call from Chris.
Algarve Pro Racing a little bit on the back foot because of that. So whether he came in and the team expected him to do a regular stop and actually he was serving the drive-through, and then it was always the plan, as far as he was concerned, to come in the next lap. Possible radio contact issues then between he and the team on the wall. Ryo Hirakawa is expected in this time around though, because was that Matthias Besch with the seat in hand?
It was indeed, but already got Andreas Wirth from third position on pit road. Now remember, Harry Tinknell does not have to stop here. He's already stopped under full course yellow. Wirth on pit road. Now Hirakawa comes into pit road. There's Fabien Barthez having a chat with Olivier Panis and explaining they did to the left, they did to the right.
I wonder how much those hands are worth. His goalkeeping epic efforts through the years. French goalkeeper.
Offer.
But he's putting his hands to a slightly different use, describing to his team principal the behaviour of the number 23 car. So here is the pit stop for the race leader, Ryo Hirakawa. Still the yellow flags being displayed, we reckon, at Variante Alta. And Matthias Besch about to be strapped into the number 46 car. We would arguably see it go quicker than it's managed so far in the race, and certainly Pierre Thirier has not been hanging around, likewise Hirakawa, but we expect Besch to be even faster. This is a fight on track for second position in GTE. Gliding his way up the inside there, Andrea Bertolini on the brakes for Marianti Tamburello, and he gets that move done then at the first of the chicanes, up to second place for JMW Motorsport.
Ben Hanley now onto pit road from second, as we've got another problem out there on track for one of the LMP3 cars. We'll get to that in a moment, but Ben Hanley from second position. It's going to be a very interesting phase of the race to see where these cars emerge. I think that was the number 6 car. It was, and was helped. It's a 360 racing team, and it did a 360 in response to a nerf from the rear from one of the Graf racing cars. 21 car gets away.
Things do tend to concertina up there into Aqua Minerale, and you have to be aware of how close you are to a rival.
So this is going to be a very different look at the end of this first flying lap. Ben Hanley on pit road, Nick Johnson on pit road. That will be to hand over the car, I'm sure, to Olivier Pla for the first time. Matthias Besch already rolling, and with Harry Tinknell now running second place, 15 seconds back.
The view from the pit lane there showed some rather threatening dark clouds that are accumulating above the Imola circuit. We've had those previously in the week, and they've come to nothing. It's just dropped the temperature a little bit. I'm just remembering back to the thunderstorm we had overnight, Saturday into Sunday. There may be a sting towards the tail of this race, with a little bit of precipitation which has been forecast, well, pretty much for 3 of the 4 days this weekend. Most of it has not emerged. There is Harry Tinknell in the number 38 car, charging his way down the hill then. Second position now for the Brit.
14.8 seconds is the gap that he's trying to work to Matthias Besch. The traffic not helping him at this stage. Matthias won't be complaining. But,
sticking another lap on the LMP3 leader, by the way.
Debard, and indeed Eric Debard just ahead of the GTE leader. That is a battle for 14th position, the 2 cars behind the number 16 car. Number 77, Wolf Hensler looking for a way by the Ligier to again put the Porsche ahead of all of the LMP3s. There you go, in the background for that shot there, looking to see where he can manage that move. It was indeed, by the way, Olivier Pla aboard the number 40. Ben Hanley stayed aboard the 21. And now you've got worried faces. Look at that. Now, there you go. There's there is Roman Rusinov, part of this team, but not in this race, of course, because it's the G-Drive backing that Roman brings to the team that fields not just this effort in the LMS, but also the effort that Roman drives for in the FIWEC, in the team's Orica chassis.
It's Roman here this weekend, racing with Euro International, an adopted Italian, as Giorgio Mondini told me this morning. I said, you've got 5 out of 6 Italian drivers here. It must be great to be at Imola. He says, no, really it's 6 out of 6, because Rusinov is...
He likes Italian food, he told me.
Well, yeah, he likes all things Italian, I think. The fashion, the scenery, the weather, the women.
Mrs. Rusinov wouldn't be happy about that.
Maybe not. Let's move on then. But he's in very much an Italian team, although it's got the Stars and Stripes flag alongside Euro International. There is a sort of combined effort there, isn't there?
There is. They were long-time competitors in IMSA racing back in World Sports Car days. And the 41 car is the latest to come down pit road with Julien Canal. This team been battling back after the puncture suffered by Memo Rojas. The car given a bit of a biff by the Murphy Prototypes Orica. So Matthias Besch has got the call that's Harry Tinknell. There's errant wheel nut there.
Caught very skillfully under the foot of the lollipop man.
It's okay, don't let them notice.
And the crucial thing was that it didn't cross any of the lines, so it was all contained within the apron. I think they'll be all right with that.
And struggling to fire the car.
Still got his foot on that wheel nut, but the car, yes, trying it to be restarted. And there is confirmation that there's some worrying radar images.
Not close to us at the moment.
No, you're right. But the team's keeping a keen eye on where it might be heading next. There's the 20 car of Eric Clement off the road in the gravel. Duquesne Engineering cars, we've seen those off a couple of times. There's still no fire. There we go, fire in the belly, I was about to say, for the 41 car, but now it fires into life and can rejoin the race. It was a lengthy delay though for Greaves.
Yeah. Wolf Hensler, meanwhile, did make it by Rick Dabard and is now up to 14th overall and ahead of the whole LMP3 field, but he's being chased now by Andrea Bertolini. Not a good thing for anybody at Imola who wants to retain a position, because Andrea Bertolini now has 26 seconds to make up on the Porsche factory driver. But there is the yellow Ferrari, 4th in that little train, and just ahead of the sister 88 Porsche, although that car some laps down. And would you believe it, it's another Ligier in the gravel. It's the 8 car again, and that is not going anywhere fast. I think that is going to require some assistance from race control to be recovered. Yep.
So it's at Tamburello corner, and was there some contact? No. Out on the marbles really for the number 8 car, having to stay off the racing line to allow the LMP2 car through. And there's just no grip out on that part of the track in lane 2 or even 3 as you turn in at Villeneuve corner, at Tamburello corner I should say, and the rear end stepped away with very little warning.
We'll wait to see whether or not that's done under local yellows, or whether or not we're going to go full course yellow immediately. And I have to say, I think that's the correct decision. That's a very tricky place. Sight lines are all wrong for keeping that incident site safe, and they're the guys that really we want to keep safe, is the men in orange, as the Graf racing car, the number 10 car, goes into the garage.
So Maritiotto in the kitty litter down at Tamburello corner. This is the 10 machine being wheeled into the garage, as Graham says. John Falb at the wheel, and the engine cover comes off. We've had the engine cover off this car before, I think. So maybe these problems continue. They're trying to get the little cover off from the nose as well to get to the innards of this new Ligier JSP3. Frustrating those, you can see from the expressions of drivers and team members down there. Meanwhile, the number 8 car is going to be towed out of the gravel at Tamburello corner.
Damage to the splitter there on that car.
There's a conveniently placed towing eye though, I hadn't realised, on the nose there, so don't have to worry about damaging the splitter further. You can probably pull one of these cars from the front and the rear, but more appropriate in this situation to get it towards the wall via the nose. Hopefully they'll be able to get that car back into the race somehow.
There is, I think, a little bit of grip there. They'll withdraw the tractor, and away will go the Ligier, we hope. Just before all that happened, what we were beginning to see was Nico Peter de Bruin and Olivier Pla in close contention on track, but actually catching Stefano Coletti very quickly for 5th position. Harry Tinknell, meanwhile, has pitted the car, and Guido van der Garde is now aboard. So again, the G-Drive team take advantage of a full course yellow to make a pit stop that would, in either way, they'll still have a further stop to do before the end of this race. But again, they've taken some advantage here.
Yeah, the bright orange of G-Drive is slowly being dirtied through the course of this race. Fantastic when these race cars show signs of the hard work that they're putting in. Many laps done around this Imola circuit, not very far away from 100 laps up. 92 completed by Matthias Besch, the race leader. There is the number 8 Ligier rejoining the race then via one of the access roads. Great jobs done by the marshals down at Tamburello Corner then. And deep in conversation, Harry Tinknell on the left of your screen, Simon Dolan on the right. Guido van der Garde, the 3rd driver in that combination, now at the wheel. And I remember the faces of Simon and Harry as they watched the Guido van der Garde stint to end the Silverstone 4 hours. Little bit nervy, I think, as far as that was concerned, but Guido, I'm sure, had it all in hand. And as if to prove a point, he set the fastest lap of the race on that final tour.
Well, I think let's give him this one, which is Guido making sure that everybody out there knows he's not gone away. But I think they'll be expecting a more team-like performance from Guido this time. It was a very team-like performance. He went and assisted what was a great race win for the team. But I would expect perhaps a more controlled run if he gets in the same position in the future.
Looks like there could be showers.
It's certainly black clouds now beginning to gather.
At 5 o'clock local time, getting heavier at 6. The race is billed to end at 6 p.m.
20 minutes to 5 now.
Are we going to get rain then at certain points through the final hour? And I think if the rain does arrive, it's going to get worse and worse towards the 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock hours. So depending on how heavy this rain gets, this could be a very interesting end to the race. The teams will be glued to the radar trying to work out some kind of strategy. In comes the Aston Martin from AMR, that's Darren Turner in the 99.
As the race goes back green.
Yes. So full course yellow done and dusted, and I'm sure AMR and Andrew Howard's Beach Team team would have been hoping to do this stop during the full course yellow to waste as little time as possible. But the other GT cars in this race then all get back up to full speed. Lollipop Man instructing the driver to start the engine. There has been a driver change here, I believe, so Alex McDowell may be back on board as the silver graded driver. Huge rear wing on the back of this Vantage.
Assists, picnics, so if they do need a picnic at any point during the weekend, the ACO spec wing, very good for that. But the Aston Martin sounds completely different to all the other cars around this similar circuit. It's a real bowl of sound, isn't it? So you're out there taking a look at Rivazza, where you're not a couple of days ago. Great place to watch motorsports, Imola.
Yes, purely because of the amount of height you can gain walking into the right areas. There's seating on the inside of Rivazza's 1 and 2, and there's a huge great mound of earth effectively that's been built on through several years, and plastic seating all the way up the side of the hill. And if you stand at the top, the view into Rivazza entirely visible, and then pretty much the run out of Rivazza all the way down the main straight as well.
Matthias Besch continues to lead, and this lap will get the real-time gap after that stop under the full course yellow from the G-Drive Racing team. Guido van der Garde goes aboard the mighty 38 for the very first time. Traffic at the moment at 38, and about to hit the same issue is Matthias Besch. 94 laps under the wheels of the 46 Orica.
Just saw a glimpse of the number 8 car heading its way down into Rivazza. There is Guido van der Garde going around the outside of the number 25 machine. It's Parth Goppada now at the wheel of the Algarve Pro Racing car. He's taken it over from Sir Chris Hoy, so Indian driver now at the wheel of number 25, and in fact Parth Goppada in the background, I think, making his way into the pit, so maybe that 25 car still not happy.
46-second gap after that latest pit stop, so that's the mark that Guido van der Garde will be looking to reduce that figure by as much as he possibly can. And he's hustling along, but Matthias Besch will have got the hurry-up call too. Was actually quicker last time around than the Gibson, and the 136s from the Swiss. 138 for the Dutchman, but with a little more traffic to deal with.
So we're concentrating on the number 38 car, Guido van der Garde at the wheel of the second place machine, but let's have a word with the guy who's just stepped out of that with Charlie George.
Yeah, I'm down here with Harry Tinknell. Harry, there's quite a lot of yellow flags during your stint.
Yeah, 2 or 3 full course yellows, so mixing up the strategy quite a lot. I was due to stay into about 45 minutes to go, but that one fell quite nicely for us, so decided to put Guido in. I think everyone's got to stop one more time, so it's going to be really interesting to the end of the race now, but I think anything can happen with these full course yellows, so we'll see what happens at the end of the race, but yeah, exciting at least.
Thank you, it is up.
So that's just indicative of, you know, how free-flowing the strategy within the teams has to be. They will have had a plan coming into the race, but that can be thrown straight out the window if you get a couple of full course yellows clumped together, and you need to think on your feet. That's exactly what Sam Hignett and his team have done. We'll see whether it pays off.
And they earn the right to do that by burning Simon Dolan's time in the car early on, which means they can do what they like with the other 2 drivers. Meanwhile, as we watch the AT Racing car, number 56 car leaves pit lane now. Alexander Telskinet Senior brought the car in. That must mean it's time for David Yarrigon now. The car pitted from 3rd position, but quickest of all on track at the moment. To give you an idea, on the last lap, 5 seconds quicker than the leader is the 7th place man, Olivier Pla, trying to get onto terms with Nico Peter de Bruin, and doing so now. This pair just 10 seconds back from Stefano Coletti. So it's Besch from van der Garde, Hanley, Bure and Coletti before we get to the battling 33 and 40. And Ben Hanley in a fine 3rd position for Dragon Speed after a fighting display so far from the Englishman. Indicator flashing. I suspect that's finger trouble in the cockpit rather than indication that the car is going to be pitting. So Thierry by TDS Racing, the 46 from the 38G drive Gibson of Guido van der Garde, then Ben Hanley. We're on board now with the 21 Dragon Speed car. And Hanley trying to keep in touch and doing so with van der Garde. 10 seconds is the gap between that pair. And Besch still edging away from the Dutchman. Slightly heavier fuel load, of course, of the Gibson at the moment.
That's true, having just been in for its stop, so maybe the pace of those 2 cars not immediately comparable, as the 48 car of Paddy McLuhan has come down pit road. So this is Murphy Prototypes doing the full service on the Orica 03R. Matching brand new tyres, considering we've got a brand new driver in as well. Generally, when tyres are double stinted, teams try and keep the same driver across the tyre life, if you like, because a different set of tyres can wear differently from the next.
Paddy McLuhan got back in the car.
Oh, did he? Okay, so that's McLuhan's helmet again. Interesting. So he hopped out and got back in again. Maybe there was an issue with one of the belts getting in the way.
No clue what would happen there, but it was Paddy McLuhan, unless they had the wrong driver indicator on. But that's Paddy McLuhan in the car. That's certainly his helmet.
Right. Well, it's instantly recognisable, that helmet design. And the Irishman then back into, well, the Northern Irishman back into the car. Looks like there's an issue, is there, with possibly something going on in the cockpit. Anyway, the radio's plugged in there now as well. They can get going once again. Strange that.
Very odd.
Paddy had to get out of the car. Maybe something needed to be reset, which couldn't have been with him in the way. There again is the threatening cloud above us here in Emilia-Romagna, north-central Italy. And some concerning looks from Simon Dolan.
Moody shot of Simon there. We're impressed with that in the highlights package.
Very artistic.
Very much looking like the Blofeld's character at G-Drive this afternoon. Sorry, Simon.
Will we get rain in the remaining hour and 11 minutes? That has to be worked into the strategy as well. The ifs, buts and maybes of a 4-hour race in the European Le Mans Series. Johnny Palmer and Graham Goodwin taking you through it. Got Charlie George down in the pit lane as always, bringing us the interviews and reaction from the various stints. We hope you're enjoying it as much as we are. This classic track, 3 miles around beautiful parkland, 4.9 kilometres, in existence since 1950, but has regularly been a visit for the ELMS. It's almost an annual trip now to Italy. As we stand, Matthias Besch leads the way by 3/4 of a minute. Now, interestingly, the news from Murphy Prototypes is that Paddy McLuhan actually got out of the car when that wasn't part of the plan. So he assumed there was a driver change taking place, and they went, no, you're doing the next bit as well. So they will have had to have told him that, tapped him on the shoulder, time to get back in again. That will have cost them time.
Part of the learning curve.
Absolutely. We mentioned that the guys at Murphy Prototypes driving the LMP2, all very young. And I spent a bit of time this morning speaking to Sean Doyle, who actually started in junior rallycross in a Nissan Micra. He's done Formula Ford racing back home in Ireland. He's done Ginetta Junior racing as well, but still a very young man. And this his first taste of LMP2 racing at Silverstone. He didn't even test the car. He did a lot of work on the simulator. Missed FP1 because of the issue for Damien Faulkner and the seizing brakes on that car. So his first action was FP2 at Silverstone. And he needed to learn quick.
He did.
It appeared he did.
Christian England there, the number 2 United Auto Sports car, cycled through now, 2 back to the lead for United Autosports, with Christian ahead now, 15 seconds to the good of the number 12 Euro International car, Andrea Dromedari. This is the car that started this afternoon by Roman Rusinov. But I've no doubt, by the way, on the Murphy Prototypes crew, they're known for their straight-laced attitude to life, and nothing will be said over a beer or two later about that slight whoopsie from Paddy McLuhan. Oh no, sir.
I'm sure.
No.
Yeah, it'll never be
the crack will
again.
Be fully in play, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, you ought to try doing an interview with the Murphy Prototypes guy. I thought I'd caught Sean at a quiet moment in ELMS catering here at the circuit. Then Greg Murphy arrived.
There's no quiet moments when the Greg Murphys got involved at all.
Talk about off-stage heckling. Practically ruined the interview, which was going pretty well up to that stage. But you are guaranteed a good time if you head down to the Murphy Prototypes part of the garages.
3 wide. A quick touch there as well. That was Nico Peter de Bruin in a hurry to get through as Olivier Pla hoves into view behind. And this is the 33 car trying to fend off the close attentions to the 40. 6th position up for grabs as the pair of them start to close in pretty dramatically on Stefano Coletti. There are changes afoot here. See again as the Oracle on the right hand side comes through.
Bertolini on the left of your picture, by the way.
Double kiss.
He got a shove as well.
Billiards move there.
Bertolini, I think, could see it all happening and tried to go as far right as possible.
If anybody on the JMW radio would have learned some new words in Italian at that point, I'm sure.
Now look at the message on our screen, Graham. It said marshals reporting rain around the track. It covers a reasonably large footprint, this Imola circuit, certainly from Tosa down to Rivazza.
It's raining, you can see the rain.
A fair bit of real estate covered. One of those longish circuits. The gap between the main straight and the Variante Alta isn't that great, but it does cover a fair bit of ground from Tosa, as I say, down to turns 18 and 19, and the windscreen wipers telling as well on board the number 9 Graf racing car.
Now, if it's anything like we saw yesterday evening, Johnny, it's going to be a short and sharp shower, and that is going to cause some problems.
Well, the forecast, at least for the first time this week, seems to be pretty accurate. The warning was that it was going to arrive at 5 p.m. local time. We're 7 minutes away from that, and it could get steadily worse through the remaining hour.
This is proper rain now. The wind blowing in, we can see the trees, and there's...
And this could be the start of quite a few cars leaving the road. That was an incident up at Variante Alta.
We
now look at the number 6 car. He got through it. If it was Ben Hanley.
51 and the 21 in close contention. You see the shine on the road there.
Yeah, there's definitely still a dry-ish racing line where more rubber has been laid down.
If these drivers weren't wide awake before this shower, they're certainly going to be now. This will be very lively indeed.
So Ben Hanley, we were on board with him in 3rd position. We saw the 6 car briefly off, by the way, and that was Terence Woodward in the 6 machine rejoining.
Indeed.
Ben Hanley nearly coming into contact with the 51 Ferrari. It is hammering down now, the rain, teeming.
This is that moment.
Yes. And there was some contact.
Oh, there was contact and damaged the front end of the number 21 car. It's taken off
the dive plane, isn't
dive
it?
planes, and that's not going to do any favours whatsoever to the aerodynamics of the 21. So rear right to front left, Ferrari on Orica.
Rui Aguas at the wheel of the Ferrari did well to keep the car pointing in the right direction. Rain lights now flashing as well. So this is a proper rain spell of the race, and I think the bad news for most of these drivers is that it's going to stay with us and
this,
arguably
by the way,
get worse.
This is the 6th and 7th place cars unlapping themselves from the leader here.
So the leader is Matthias Besch in the Thierry car, and Matthias letting the 33 car go there of Nico Peter de Bruyn. They're caught up behind the Villorba Corsa number 7 machine.
Watch Pla.
In the green car, can't quite see him there behind the 33 machine, but Pla's got by as well. So that's not a move for position, but it is unlapping himself from the race leader, Matthias Besch. Wet tyres are waiting in the wings here.
Now the call here is all going to be about, does this rain stop quickly?
Yeah.
If it stops quickly, they'll tough it out. If this is going to be anything like a sustained period of rain, and they're anywhere close to their pit window, which they're not. So slippery surface flag.
Often used if there's fuel or oil on the circuit, but it can also be used to say that the track surface is very slippery because
the rain tipping down now, Johnny.
The rain, yeah. And that's another car off. This is the Graf Racing car.
That's the Graf Racing car. That's the Enzo Potoliccio car.
Number 9. So full course yellow.
That's the 10 car. That's the 10 car.
I beg your pardon.
That's John Falb again.
So full course yellow, though, is now indicated to the drivers. That may be because of the 10 car off. Yes, it will be.
It is. Yeah.
At Villeneuve corner. Should anyone else fall off there, then it's directly in the firing line, and it's clouted the barrier pretty heavily there, Graham.
And John Falb may well have done a massive favour for much of the rest of the field here, because it reduces the impact of them having to go for new rubber. The problem is, this does not put them in the fuel window for the end of the race.
Yeah, okay. So it's putting the cat amongst the pigeons in terms of making the last hour and a bit fall into the pit lane, the pit stop window. But Eduardo Freitas may choose just to keep the track under full course yellow control whilst we decide whether it's going to be full-on rain for the next hour or whether it is just a passing shower. But one car coming in to pit road is the 55 Ferrari, driven by Aaron Scott. Matt Griffin.
I've not seen Matt Griffin in that car yet.
No, I don't think he has been. So they're leaving the last hour, perhaps, to the Irishman. It was started by Duncan Cameron. Aaron Scott's done a double stint, and I reckon this is the point where it's handed over to Griff. So wet tyres, all piled up and ready. There's certainly plenty being supplied by Michelin and Dunlop, and they have brought them in case of a passing shower, indeed in case of the rain setting in for the final hour of this 4 hours of Imola, the 2016 running. Quite a bit of paperwork being flashed around the garage as well in terms of
this Proton competition
strategy for the next hour. Yellow flags and the slippery surface flag being displayed by some sorry looking marshals now. At least they brought the raincoats with them though, hoods up. Thankfully in the grandstand they won't be getting wet because most of the grandstands at this Imola circuit have roofs. It means the sound of the cars really does echo around you, but it keeps you dry.
This is proper rain now, and it really is. There's only one question: is this a passing heavy shower, or is this more sustained? If it's sustained, they've no choice at this stage. if this race at any point goes back to green in these conditions, it's going to have to be into intermediates at the very least.
Interestingly, the 55 car that pitted during this full course yellow has stayed on slicks though, so it goes back out with Matt Griffin at the wheel, and they decide to go with slick tyres.
Sky is quite bright over the circuit, so we're just getting the edge of storm cloud.
Yeah, it just depends whether we're going to get to that crossover point where all of a sudden intermediates are quicker than the slick. And it obviously costs you to come in, to change over to wet weather tyres, and then the last thing you want is to have to come in again and do the last portion of the race on slicks. It's 2 stops that you really could have done without. Looked like the 40 car of Ollie Pla there was desperate to get by Nico Peter de Bruyne, but no overtaking permitted under a full course yellow. They're on their limiters.
Maybe
the 40 car just marginally quicker.
Maybe it's the difference between 79.5 and 79.7 kilometres per hour.
Down the hill into
Aqua Minerale. That's 46 off. That's the leader off the circuit.
Wow. Now, how has Matthias Besch ended up on the inside of the bend? He's braked by the looks of things for Aqua Minerale at the normal point and then powered his way out and lost the rear end. Matthias Besch all of a sudden facing our camera, windscreen wipers working at the double, and he's done well to turn the car around on the grass there.
He's rejoined.
So that could have been a lot worse than it turned out, because at certain points around this Imola circuit there is a concrete wall very close indeed. That's wet weather tyre, isn't it, going on the number 4 car as we close in 4 seconds time the 3-hour mark, and this is a question of the unknown then for the final hour. There is rain forecast for this final hour. The spin there for the number 34 car as well at Variante Alta. Looked like a similar situation to that of Matthias Besch.
That's Nicky Litvilla, and he rejoins with limited drama.
I think Nicky again will have applied the power coming out of Variante Alta, and there'll be no grip from the rear end.
The
Can't switch his ends on him.
The 8 race performance Ligier and the Pegasus Morgan and the AT racing car and others, including the Aston Martin, head pitwards. They certainly seem to believe that it's time to make that call. It's warm enough out there, Johnny, that if this rain stops, it will dry really quickly.
Yeah, I can't imagine the track temperature is dipping an awful lot. Here's the order of the cars after 3 hours then. Thierry by TDS Racing, despite that off-track moment, lead the race from G-Drive and Guido van der Garde in the 38. It's Ben Handley in the number 21 Dragon Speed car third. Stefano Coletti fourth in the number 32 SMP Racing BR01. Timothy Bouret in the 23 Ligier of Panis Barthez Competition in 5th position, and then 6th place the 33 Nico Peter de Bruyne piloted Orica 05 from Eurasia Motorsport. The best placed LMP3 car is Christian England at the wheel of the number 2 United Autosports Ligier. Giorgio Mondini in 2nd position in the number 11, and 3rd place is Jan Erlacher in the number 18 P3 machine. GTE still headed by Wolf Hensler, who is in front of all the LMP3 cars. So you've got this solid bank of P2 machines. 13th place overall, Wolf Hensler in the 77 Porsche. 2nd place is the 66 Ferrari that's just made a stop. And 3rd place the 56 Ferrari that's also just been in. And all of a sudden, Graham, the rain is absolutely hammering down.
But not on the start-finish straight.
Wow. So up at Tosa, it's nightmarish. I mean, it's like an ice rink there. As we look back now over the last hour, it is becoming heavy in the pit lane, Charlie George says in my ears. So spare a thought for anyone that needs to be out in the rain at the moment. Oh, a spin there for the race performance car. I don't remember that incident at all. Through the kink at turn 1. That happened the 20 spinning right in front of Ben Handley in the Dragon Speed Orica 05. And just about getting through at Variante Alta. Same couldn't be said, of course, later on for Ben Handley. That was a wide off-track moment for the number 13 Ligier, and a big shunt for the 28 car Lafargue, backing it into the wall on the exit of Aqua Minerale to driver's right. Never did see a full replay of that incident, but it caused some eyebrow raising moments for the cars behind, having to go left and right. That was the 8 car ending up in the gravel at Tamburello corner and needing a snatch tractor in order to get out of there. Thankfully the car was plonked down onto the grass and the tarmac, and via one of the access roads got back up and running. A billiard ball style collision there between 3 different cars, and more contact at Variante Alta between Ben Hanley and Rui Aguas in the Ferrari. There's the number 10 Enzo Portalicchio Graf car then going off at Villeneuve corner, and full course yellow is where we find ourselves with 56.5 minutes to go. That shot tells us just how much rain is pouring down from the skies at the moment. It's very, very heavy at Tosa. It is reasonably heavy on the pit lane, but it's interesting, isn't it, that you can have it to almost biblical conditions at one end of the circuit and relatively dry at the other.
Ben Hanley, meanwhile, has brought the number 21 car down the pit road, and now followed by the number 32 SMP Racing BR01 and the 23 Panis Barthez Ligier. I think we've got to that tipping point where they're going to take those tyres, because pretty clearly there are 2 things at play: track conditions and where are we with the pit window. Now there's the damage to the front end of, that's taking intermediate tyres, isn't it?
That's the Dragon Speed car, which was brought in by Ben Hanley, and Ben stays at the wheel.
And now in comes the Eurasia and Krone Racing combo. So we've not yet seen either of the 2 leaders down pit road for tyres, but the G-Drive in particular will be keen to see what they can do to keep the leader out if they can possibly help it, but that's not going to work, because down pit road now, they have definitely got to that point, comes Matthias Besch. So the only one of the leading group that hasn't yet stopped for wet tyres is going to be the number 38 car, and they will be the next ones by. Will Guido van der Garde do that, because they're still going to need another fuel stop, and we've got another car off out on the circuit as well.
G-Drive, by the way, and Jota going with full wet tyres on the 38 car. So Guido van der Garde
hasn't stopped yet.
Being prepared rather at the 38 pit crew, and the 34 machine
again
is off again. Yeah. So we saw the spin during the highlights, which I'd missed first time around, I have to admit. There was also a spin for that car at Variante Alta on the exit, and rotating once more. But there is the amount of rain that's pouring down on this Imola circuit right now, and the 4 hours of Imola really does have a sting in the tail. Twists and turns you sense over the next 54 minutes. Do not go anywhere. If you'd planned something else for your Sunday afternoon, this is the place to stay, because the 23 car's off now as well from 6th position. Timothy Bouret, former race leader when Paul-Luc Chatin was at the wheel, and Timothy Bouret looks fairly embedded in those gravel stones. Let's have another look at exactly what happened. An awful lot of water pouring off the front wheels of that car, and that is the run down towards.
There's another car already off in the distance. Intermediates are not going to hack it here. Anybody that's put their car on intermediates, I'm afraid, is going to have to stop again, because as you can see there's not a lot of standing water at the point where Nicky Litviller has gone in, but at other parts of the circuit it's more or less a river. And a really difficult call for the teams here. Litviller gets underway.
And that is at Rivazza 2.
Look at the difference in the track surface between the 2 shots.
So we're now at Villeneuve corner, which is the other end of the circuit, of course. Tosa at one end, Rivazza at the other, and it's certainly raining far more to the west side of the circuit than the east.
Nicky Litviller did what he needed to do there, was get the heck out of Dodge and get off the track surface. He makes it back to the pit lane now. Guido van der Garde, meanwhile, has made it back to pit lane, but has lost 2nd place in this. Ben Hanley up into 2nd.
More wet tyres being prepared.
If it stays anything like this, I'm afraid anybody that's made the call for intermediates is going to be really struggling. So that part of the track, there is no doubt at all that is full wet.
Yeah. And that's Tosa, so that's the west end of the circuit. You then climb up the hill over Piratella and down into Acqua Minerale, where it's pretty wet, and then the other end of the track, the east end at Rivazza, yes, the rain's coming down, but it doesn't look like there's any standing water, as Graham quite rightly says, but there's rivers here.
Absolutely. almost undrivable at that point.
Surely you need to go with the worst case scenario. Yes, very iffy indeed. Simon Dolan wiggling the hand there in the background. More pensive look from Harry Tinknell. Guido van der Garde heading out, we reckon, on wet weather tyres. What can the Dutchman do in third position then? That's confirmed from Charlie in my ears. So Jota stroke G-Drive going with the obvious choice for me. Wet weather Dunlop tyres. And look at that water being churned up by the Ben Hanley Dragon Speed car.
But I'm right, they're on Inters.
Really?
I'm pretty certain we saw Inters going on, the number 21 car, and there we have, is that still the 23 car off? That is the 23 car recovering from the gravel, and from 6th position, as was, now has dropped back to 7th, behind Nico Peter de Bruin. Rejoins the track.
Splishing and sploshing as it does so, through some very wet grass as well. So need to make sure that those tyres are clean. There's the 14 car.
That's Alex Capardia.
Capardia on in the Murphy Prototypes Ligier. Not had a great weekend in that car, as they've been trying to iron out various different problems, slowly ticking them off.
Kuba Gamaziak leaving pit road in the number 41 Greaves Ligier. Had a difficult day from the start with a clash that caused a puncture for Memo Rojas, but fought back to 8th position.
So do we reckon the full course yellow is out now purely because of the conditions?
I'm completely convinced of that.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously had the 23 car recover.
There have been cars off, but the marshals have done a good job in extricating those various vehicles then from gravel traps and from grassy areas. I don't think there are any cars off now that need to be recovered, but because the rain is pouring down to the extent that it is, it's just unsafe for us to resume the race at this point. Make sure that all the cars are on full wet weather tyres, and if they can circulate. I mean, there's still plenty of cars in the race, by the way.
Oh yeah, 41 cars in the race at the moment. Not sure what's happened to the number 10. That car had a pretty heavy off. I suspect the 10 may be done, because that was a pretty hefty biff with the barriers, wasn't it, with John Falb?
And the 28 we know is out as well.
We know that one's out.
After the incident at Aqua Minerale. So we may well be down to 38-ish cars, but that's still plenty of vehicles working their way around this track and attempting to clear the water. You really need them to be circulating slightly faster than this, I suppose, but whilst it piles down from the skies just as quickly as it's being cleared, then that is tricky. A tough decision for Eduardo Freitas, the clerk of the course, to make.
Number of cars struggling to make some of these turns in these conditions. I've just spotted off our screens there a quick off and back on again for the 32 car. The 4th position car, Stefano Coletti. Ben Hanley comes back in, and I think that is the kind of no way is this. And that's a change. Are they going to leave that car? That's full wet's ready for the car, so they're going to take the intermediates off. At that point it wasn't a bad call, but the rain just kept coming.
Yeah. They're trying to address that problem with the dive planes, I think, as well, on that front left corner that was were broken off after the contact with the 51 Ferrari at Variante Alta.
So this will be Nico Lapierre getting back aboard the car. Van der Garde goes back through, meanwhile, to 2nd position. Look at the rain pouring off there. Some quality plumbing being done there.
105 laps done now by the race leader Matthias Besch. He must have had his heart in his mouth as the car spun at Aqua Minerale. He just applied the power relatively sensitively out of that natural bowl, and the car swung round onto the grass. He did very well to get it back into the race as quickly as he did, and Guido van der Garde may well have been told that that had happened further up the road from him. Here is the G-Drive garage with intermediates waiting should it become any drier in the final 47 and a bit minutes.
Because there are big advantages to be drawn in terms of pace if the conditions change and change quickly. And my guess is if we do get these conditions changing, it will be very quick. It's worth in those conditions throwing the dice.
But not right now.
Not right now, no chance. as you can see in front of you, you can get a canoe down through Imola at the moment.
Yeah, so this is the short run from Varianti Tamburello down to Varianti Villeneuve. We're looking at Ben Hanley on an out lap now. So has he had those dive planes?
Not Ben Hanley anymore, Nico Lapierre now.
Okay.
I think.
Still says Hanley on the
They
on the
definitely
screen,
changed drivers.
but they definitely changed drivers, so that might be a driver classification recognition issue.
Olivier
They have a
Pla
little
has
dial, don't they, in the cockpit? They have to switch to the right point.
Olivier Pla has pitted again. Now that will be them in their fuel window now. This will be, I'm sure, them making the call to fuel that car as soon as they possibly can to the end of this race.
So Pla brought the car in, it's getting fuel, it's getting wet weather tyres put onto it.
Are they full wet?
I'm not sure. They are full wet, says
they will be,
Charlie.
It will be because it's Michelin, isn't it? It's a completely different tyre, that's why.
So do Michelin do an intermediate?
They do the slick intermediate, don't they?
Ah, yeah, okay. Which is a sort of halfway house.
Indeed,
the full wet as well.
Rather than
yeah. Clever bit of technology that.
It is.
It effectively looks like a slick, but it does clear the water more efficiently than your regular slick tyre. But that will be full wets for the Krone crew. Tracy Krone not with us this weekend. Bjorn Verdheim brought in as the super sub, and Ollie Pla then taking this car to the flag. So we now have all of the P2s that are in the mix for the top 12 positions back out on track. It was a stop for Dragon Speed and a stop for Krone Racing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 P3s as well that are all circulating at the moment. There's Ivan Muller down at YMR crew. And the 55 Ferrari now stopping for wet weather tyres, so that gamble didn't work sadly for AF Corsa and for Matt Griffin. AF Corsa deciding to put dries on just in case the race came to them.
Well, there's a limited disadvantage to actually trying that at this point. They're not going to lose a lot of time with a tyre stop under full course yellow.
True. So worth the gamble, but eyes trained to the radar and to the skies, I think would agree that it's sort of sticking in it now, isn't it? Setting in for the next half an hour at least.
Mike Headland, by the way, now aboard the number 77 car for the first time of the race, and what a baptism for Mike in a GTE car. First time last time at Silverstone, but here at Imola, a demanding circuit in these kind of conditions, in a car, GT car without ABS, of course, for Mike. So he will, and in the lead of the race, of course, I'm sure he will have been fitted with the requisite carpet slippers, with the lightest of touches required here. In comes the 23, after that off. And one set of wets replaced with another.
Wolf Hensler, by the way, very complimentary about Mike Headland. He freely admitted he struggled a little bit at Silverstone, but had made strides in his performance this weekend at Imola. The problem is, of course, you had Robert Renauer putting in an amazing stint for the first 2 hours of the race. Wolf has done now his maximum driving time, and it's over to Mike Headland in the most challenging conditions of the race so far. He's the bronze driver, remember. So just to get a podium out of this, I think the 77 crew will be happy.
Well, I think they'll be hoping for more than that. I mean, Robert Renauer, team owner, or co-owner of Herbeth Motorsport, and as you quite rightly said, Johnny, very accomplished professional driver, but ranked as a silver.
And Rory Butcher is in second position. There's the car that was put onto slicks initially, driven by Matt Griffin now. It's got 4 wet weather Dunlops strapped to it, and Matt Griffin, it's tricky to work out exactly how much grip there is for him around this circuit as you circulate at such slow speed. But if we do get going in maybe the next 5-10 minutes, then that will be Matt's opportunity to push and find how much grip there is. Now, going to go down to a very wet pit lane. My thoughts with Charlie George to get a bit more news.
Yeah, definitely should have bought my wellies this weekend. I'm here with Ben Hanley. Was that an extra stop for you guys?
Yeah, it was becoming impossible to stay on the track with the slicks. the rain started at T7 and it was moving across the track, and we made the call for inters because it's actually stopped raining at T7, and it was light to medium rain that was moving across the track. And then as soon as I went out with the inters, the monsoon came, and I went down the back, and I went down the between T4, and I was doing 60 Ks, and I just aquaplaned straight on, you know. So it was really heavy out there. So unfortunately we had to pit again for the wets, but it linked in with our driver change. So, you know, we were a bit unfortunate and a bit lucky in one way. So, you know, the team have done a great job. We were running in P3, so really happy, and hopefully Nico can have a strong stint to the end.
Thank you very much, Ben.
Thank you.
Ben talks about turn 7, T7. That is Tosa, which is at the far end of the circuit, the west end, and that's where it's been most moist, if you like, and then it gets a little drier as you work your way up the hill over Piratella down into Acqua Minerale. Variante Alta, though, is sopping wet as we speak, and Rivazza has been the driest portion of the circuit, turns 18 and 19, but even that now suffering from standing water. Just look at the amount of water that's needing to be brushed out of the garages there. They're having to bail out big style. There will be some electrical equipment a bit further into that garage, and that will not mix well with rainwater.
No, it won't. Miserable conditions, the guys in the pits. I think miserable conditions at the moment for the poor unfortunates in the open top LMP cars here.
True.
Every chance of those cars filling up at this stage. But it really is, as Ben Hanley said to Charlie, absolutely tipping it down now.
Yeah, so Guido Van der Garde, of course, in an open top car. We're also talking about who else is in an open top car?
34, Shinji Nakano now aboard the race performance car. Sean Doyle in the 48, and Leo Roussel in the 29 car. They are the open top cars that are out there on track. It's becoming a dying breed, the open top LMP car. That was the issue earlier.
Shows, doesn't it, how quickly a car can switch ends, and there is no time to react at all there for the driver of the number 23.
I think it was Kuba Gamaziak was the other car off at that point, recovering just in front of the 23. And this is what Ben Hanley was talking about. That's not going to work with an intermediate tyre. This is Nicky Lurtviller having one of a number of incidents in recent moments with the 34 car before we're handing it over to Shinji Nakano, who will join the team for Le Mans as well. The race performance team earning that slot courtesy of their win in the Asian Le Mans Series.
Back to live pictures now, by the way. So this is the view out of Variante Alta, and that was Ollie Pla almost feigning an overtake on the United Autosport car number 2 of Christian England, class leader, but needing to tuck back into line, making sure that there was no overtaking taking place under this full course yellow. Nick Johnson, I think, maybe listening to a radio message there. Nothing he can do now but to wish Ollie Pla well in these conditions.
Big lock up there for Christian England, deals with that very professionally. There's an opportunity to just see some of the detailed differences between a P3 and a P2 Ligier.
Yep, a much smaller car. Thumbs up there from Henrik Hedman, despite Dragon Speed and their car struggling a little bit. Now, it's not Ben Hanley at the wheel quite clearly, because we've just spoken to him. So Nicolas Lapierre is now driving the 21, and he'll know what to do in these conditions and how to prevent the car from spinning off. It's relatively easy to do that, I suppose, on the full course yellow, but if we do get going, hopefully in the next 5 or 10 minutes, then, well, the chances are, of course, if we get going too soon, then we'll have loads of cars on the wall and, you know, high expense for the teams to try and repair in time for the next round. So it's a dangerous decision, I suppose, or a careful decision that Eduardo needs to make regarding these horrible conditions and whether things are going to ease off in the next half an hour. Skies look a little brighter in the distance, though.
But as Ben Hanley said, the conditions change so quickly. This is the correct decision. There's nothing really to be gained here other than damage. And at this point of the season, Le Mans looms large.
Yep.
You don't want that. There's a smiling Mark Patterson there, loves his motorsports, and he's very happy indeed to be out of the car. I've absolutely no doubt whatsoever. But it does seem to be brightening up out there. Let's wait and see. And then we get do we get to the tipping point? We're now 37 minutes from the end of the race. Can this track dry quickly enough, if the rain stops, to see the tipping point for intermediates and the advantages that come with pace with that blue sky there in one corner? And the heady irony here, and it's definitely brighter now, but still rain tipping down at the first part of the course here. And I am not for a second going to disagree with Eduardo Freitas for keeping this under full course yellow.
Yeah, the runoff here is reasonably good, but what you don't have is what I mean by that is the rain runoff in terms of drainage, and because there's quite a lot of grassy areas, that rainwater will run into the grass but then potentially saturate the areas either side of the track and therefore not drain quite as well as perhaps a Silverstone might when the runoff is just more asphalt. So, and also the undulating nature of this circuit means that the water will accumulate in certain parts and then drain from others pretty well, the higher parts of the circuit. So Variante Alta you would think will get driest quickest, but Acqua Minerale may well live up to its name as the rain accumulates, the water accumulates on the inside of that bend at turn 11 and 12. Let's look back on the highlights of the race so far. That was contact between Gary Finlay and Memo Rojas at Tosa corner, causing a puncture, a rear right puncture for the Mexican driver. Off track there for number 16. That car has actually led LMP3 for a portion of the race. It's Matt Bell running wide at Tamburello corner, running out of road on the second portion of it. A spin for the Villorba Corsa LMP3 car, taking far too much curb at Variante Alta, and this a driver change as Henrik Hedman clambered on board the Dragon Speed car after Nicolas Lapierre brought it in from the race lead. There was then a lead change as Paul-Luc Chatin got by Henrik Hedman, and Pierre Thirier did likewise for second place. So the Orica 05s running side by side into Tamburello corner there. A little bit wide from Leo Rissell. This a side swipe from the EDEX Sport car on Pierre Nicolet. Somewhat rude on the approach to turn 2. And that the result, a cut tyre from the gravel trap. Sideways moment for the 28 machine as well. After that side swipe, it then had an incident at Villeneuve corner. This was racing within the GTE classification. Alex McDowell pulling off a good move there. Also more racing towards the front end of the field with the SMP car gaining a spot on Henrik Hedman to put the Swede down to 4th position. So many pit stops taking place in the opening stages of the race. Most were scheduled, and the rotation happening generally at the end of each hour block. There was the move from Ben Hanley on the Eurasia Motorsport car. More contact at Tosa, again for the Murphy Prototypes 03R, and the number 9 Graf Racing Ligier getting its rear wheels firmly embedded in the gravel at Tosa. So this brought out our first full course yellow, but we got through near enough 2 hours of the race before the first caution. Had been a very clean race up until that point. Same can't be said now though, with 4 full course yellows in total, the latest of which is because of the amount of rain here in Italy. There was a frightening moment for the 34 car. That's a very quick part of the circuit through turn 1. Nicky Leutwiler having to rescue that situation. Barging his way up the inside, Ben Hanley late on the brakes, and you can see the tyre smoke as he just about got the Dragon Speed car stopped. That was a wayward moment for the number 13 machine, and then what was a reasonably big shunt, causing damage to the rear left corner of the EDEX Sport car. Suspension and bodywork, and then because Lafargue was trying to pull that car around, it meant that it was a moving chicane really for everyone else behind it. This broadside number 28 car, and actually the guys following through into Acqua Minerale did well to avoid either to driver's left or to driver's right, as Lafargue managed to rescue that car from its initial resting place. It headed up towards Variante Alta. That was One car going into another car, going into another car, with Andrea Bertolini on the end of things. Contact between Ben Hanley and Rui Aguas at Variante Alta as well, which ripped off the dive planes of the number 21 Dragon Speed car front left. That was the number 10 car going into the wall at Villeneuve corner and more or less retiring on the spot. And here was just how much rain started to arrive and throw it down at on the approach to Tosa corner. It's got worse since then, actually. And look at the amount of standing water at Rivazza corner for cars 33 and 46. So Nico Peter de Bruin in front of the race leader Matthias Besch. So rain not really showing any signs of easing. We'll go down to Charlie George for a quick update with Alex Brundle.
Yeah, I'm down here with the LMP3 leaders. Alex, how is this weather affecting things for you guys?
Well, the tyre change fitted nicely into the fuel window, which was helpful, so thanks to the powers that be up there for that. Right now we just throw the car on wet and run the final stint, although this full course yellow is just halting play for a little bit, but to be honest we're not too bothered about that. Out front leading the race, conditions are pretty mad out there, to be honest. I can see the amount of standing water on the track, and for the prototype cars it would be absolutely mental to go racing as it is right now. So we're just going to have to wait and see. It doesn't look like it's easing up too much. We like to go racing before the end, but if you know the case is that it's not safe to do so, then it's not. We'll see what happens.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, there is a chance that we won't get a green flag in the remaining 30 minutes, but plenty can happen in that time period, and every view I get of the skies suggests it is getting brighter. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we will get a dash to the end of the race, but it might only be like a 10-minute dash or something like that, which would be interesting considering this was originally built to be a 4-hour race.
Hearing from pit road that there's a little bit of annoyance with Nico Peter de Bruin. The spin we saw a little earlier for Matthias Besch caused in part, they feel, by Nico Peter de Bruin running a little too slowly under full course yellow conditions, and that you will recall, Johnny, I'm sure, the kind of quite aggressive movement behind de Bruin from Olivier Pla. And the feeling was that the 33 car was running somewhat below the permitted 80 kilometres an hour. It doesn't matter right now. Besch back on course after that quick rotation.
Yeah, 80k is very slow, isn't it, compared to the speed we're used to seeing the cars power their way up the hill from Tosa towards Piratella.
And the longer this goes on, the better it gets, of course, for the 46 car, because it's preventing anybody from closing the gap.
Yeah, and down to the positions that they run under the full course yellow, it's actually a minute and 50 seconds that it's further up the road compared to Guido van der Garde. Clearly that will come down massively if we do go back to green flag running, but it will still be a very healthy margin that the French squad, number 46, have over the 38 British crew. G-Drive Racing, run by Jota and under the stewardship of Sam Hignett. It's Guido van der Garde at the wheel of the number 38 Gibson, and then Ben Hanley third. Stefano Coletti in the BR01 is fourth.
Irony here, of course, is that the current leader in LMP2, the leader overall, was a DNF. Didn't finish last time after stuck throttle cost them a race finish at Silverstone for the 46, and in fact the current leader in GTE, the 77 car, Mike Hedlund, still going around under full course yellow in 13th position. That car finished dog last time out, not excluded as the 66 car were, but last on the road. So two cars that hit trouble last time out, sitting pretty at the moment. By contrast, at the moment it's the number 2 car in the lead, LMP3, and of course that was the winner first time out. Quick reshuffle at the marshal's post on the right as somebody dropped the full course yellow board.
Safety car is the next stage of the race.
Now that's going to be different, of course, because that will close things up.
Yes indeed.
So safety car is called with 27 minutes left to run, and that is going to be a very different complexion on this. because we have a number of cars on the lead lap. If this goes back to green, Johnny...
Well, it closes everything up, which is, of course, what the full course yellow was introduced to try and prevent. But because we're in this situation where it's actually probably pretty dangerous to be running around at 80 Ks, the safety car, I wouldn't imagine, will reach that terminal velocity of 80. Quick wave there from Klaus Beckler. And it just means that more control is being brought into the race by the officials, by the clerk of the course. So this is where... Well, there's no longer a speed limit, so the cars are going a little quicker now to catch up with the safety car train.
Still can't overtake, of course, in the safety car conditions. What will happen here is the safety car will pick up the train, and you can see there the 46 car is going to be about 3 or 4 cars back, I think. But the cars ahead of the leader will be waved by. So anybody that's on the same lap as the leader will profit from this, as will anybody on the same lap who is behind the leader. This is potentially bad news for the 46 car if this race gets moving again.
So just to reiterate, if you get caught in that pocket between the race leader and the safety car, then you'll get a wave by effectively. You're not technically a lap behind the race leader, or you may be a couple of laps behind, but you're on that lead lap when the safety car first came out, so everyone will be waved by, assuming they get enough time, of course, to do a full lap of the Imola circuit and then tag on the back of the Crocodile. So this will have to be done relatively quickly.
This is the 51 car telling the number 3 car to get a hurry up, because they want to get into position. But well, where of course there can be an advantage here is to anybody in something other than the lead class that might get a full lap back almost on their competitors. Now the critical thing here is, where are the class leaders? Now there's the race leader now sitting behind the Renault safety car, but where are the class leaders? Was there a class leader ahead of that safety car? You're going to see some quicker lap times coming through now as the cars try to get position, but there's only one car at the moment on the safety car, and it is the leader. What that means, of course, is the 33 car that sat just in front of the 46 is now going to come all the way back around and will be effectively the length of the safety car train behind the leader if this race goes back to green.
111 laps completed by Matthias Besch. There is a United Autosports car tucked in behind, and that is the 2, I believe, of Christian England. So you've got the LMP1 leader, sorry, LMP2 leader with the LMP3 leader behind that. Let me just catch a glimpse again of whether it's the 2 or the 3. It is the 2. Thought so. So Christian England circulating in 14th place overall, actually tucked right in behind Matthias Besch now. And that will serve to close up the gap between England and Gianluca Roda. The other Roda in the number 11 car, Andrea. And then we'll have Rory Butcher, probably not too far away from that car as well. Rory is second in GTE, but what we won't have is the 2 GTE leaders, 77 and 66, close enough. This is effectively deciding, I reckon, GTE in favour of car 77.
77 has effectively made up almost a full lap, because that car was ahead of the leader when the safety car picked it up. I'm hearing, by the way, from the media room that safety car has been called because so many cars are struggling to keep a steady speed under full course yellow. Drivers complaining of falling back behind slower cars, falling back in relative terms behind slower cars and unable to overtake. So that's what I'm being told from across the way in the media room.
Ferrari going very slowly.
That's the 51
there.
car, and that 51 car is in trouble.
It's trying to work its way into the sequence, isn't it? But
I wonder whether or not it inadvertently overtaking cars.
Right, that would make sense. I was expecting that because Christian England is... it wouldn't necessarily work like that, but Christian England is second in the queue effectively.
Yes.
And then we're looking out for Andrea Roda in the number 11 car.
Yeah. You've then got Olivier Pla, who is a lap down now in the number 40 car. So Krone Racing have lost out. There's the number 3. Where is the number 11?
There it is. quite a way further back, so a number of cars to try and make up. That gap has certainly come down now between the 11 and the class-leading number 2 machine.
There's the 11.
I'm also interested, though, in how much real estate separates 77, Michael Headland in his Porsche, and the 66 Ferrari of Rory Butcher.
So where in the queue is the 66? That should be a fairly easy one to spot. A lovely bright yellow Ferrari. There it is, just going up the hill there towards the end of that queue. And where is the 77? See some of the difficulties there. The visibility is absolutely awful, and of course that's the flip side of this. With the cars in such close contention, more spray, more water, more potential for, well, perhaps a little bit of an issue in close contention. Wolf Hensler's enjoying it. Of course he is, he's not in the car.
Well, raise of the eyebrows, thinking, blimey, what have we let ourselves in for here? We thought it was going so well. There is the car that Robert Renauer started, and Wolf Hensler did the middle stint.
There's JMW, just leaving there. There is the 77. It's made up almost a full lap.
There you go. Okay, so confirmation that this has handed the GTE victory, I would say, to the 77 crew. As long as they can get it home safely, Rory Butcher, because the way the safety car has fallen, is just in the wrong place here, despite great work from Rob Smith initially, from Andrea Bertolini in the middle portion, and actually this is the second time Rory's been in the car now. He did stints 2 and 4, but second place will be at least some points on the board for JMW Motorsport after winning the race on the road at Silverstone, but having that position taken away from them because of a post-race issue, a technical infringement with the 2 winglets that weren't put on the car and should have been, according to the 2016 spec of the ACO technical regulations. 20 minutes to go then. Safety car is out here at Imola. It's Johnny Palmer and Graham Goodwin taking you through the final hour of the 4 hours of Imola. And the reason why we're under safety car is because some of the drivers were complaining that they couldn't keep the constant speed, the 80 kilometres. The danger, of course, as well, is that you struggle to keep the car on the road when you're doing the 80 Ks around this circuit. So much standing water that there is.
Now, assuming at this stage, Johnny, let's assume for a moment we do get back to green flag running. Not by any means a safe assumption at the moment, I should tell you. But we're left with 5 cars on the lead lap, and I think we can assume that those cars are all now fueled to the finish for 2 reasons. They've all stopped fairly recently, and they've been lapping slowly, therefore not using the fuel at the normal rates. So it would be a sprint finish if that's what the race director thinks is appropriate. So there's not a massive improvement in conditions at the moment, so that's unlikely right now.
Still an awful lot of water at Tosa, although it looks a little drier from that viewpoint. And Charlie George reckons it's pretty much stopped in the pit lane. They're already starting to pack things up down there in some of the garages, but we have 18.5 minutes of this race to go. Definite improvement.
Definite improvement
down
and rapid improvements.
Yeah, and a racing line appearing. This is, if anything, where the standing water will be at its worst, because it's one of the lowest points of the circuit from 2 inclines either side of it. But over the hill at Variante Alta, yeah, drying up here as well, I'd say.
Now what we're looking for now is how many cars behind in the train is Guido van der Garde rather. The answer is lots. There is clear skies beyond. There's the leader.
Charging their way through Variante Alta, the GT cars. 17 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Lights still flashing on the safety car.
At least another lap.
Yeah. For Matthias Besch, who is the first car in the sequence, the LMP2 leader, then the LMP3 leader behind Christine England. The 11 car not too far back. I think that's it now, turning into Rivazza 1. Yes, it is, with Andrea Roda at the wheel. So the gap between first and second in LMP3 pretty slim. Wayne Boyd in the middle of that sequence as well. Now Wayne not on the lead lap as far as P3 is concerned. He's down in 7th position in the LMP3 classification.
So the bad news for Matthias Besch is that the safety car has closed the field up rather than having the mighty lead he had before. The good news is that the second place car, the number 38, is way back in the order, in the train rather, behind this safety car. There, still plenty of water.
Still a lot of water on the windscreen for car number 88. That's Gianluca Roda in the final stint for Proton competition, but the sister car on course to take its first victory of the year, number 77. Porsche's looked really dominant from free practice, really.
I still haven't seen a glimpse of the 38 car back now. I think it's at least 20 cars back in the train
for Guido van der Garde, so any chance that that car will have of catching up with Matthias Besch looking slimmer and slimmer as the seconds tick by. There is the 41 Greaves Motorsport car of Kuba Gmaziak, the pole, heading over the top of the rise at Piratella. And will we get running for the final, well, 15 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, maybe a 5-minute dash? But the track is getting drier, I'd say.
But again, as we saw when the rain first arrived, and we heard Ben Hanley say that, didn't we? It started, stopped, and then got worse. It was the same at various points of the track. There were parts where the track was almost bone dry, and then you move the camera view to the other side of the Imola circuit, and it was a wash. So here, for instance, raceable. Try 3 corners on.
Yeah, again, the high chicane is drying up nicely as all the water pours back down the hill towards Acqua Minerale and towards Rivazza. Some of it, of course, pouring off the circuit and into the grass as well, which will be quite heavily saturated from last night's thunderstorm. Less than 15 minutes to go. Lights still on, so at least one more lap.
So the 38 car is the car immediately ahead of the JMW Ferrari, which we know is towards the back of the train, because there it is, there is the 38.
And immediately in front of the JMW Motorsport Ferrari, so you're quite right. So Guido van der Garde, if we do get running again, will have to make up quite a bit of space, quite a bit of real estate to even be with Matthias Besch. And Besch, very experienced in a prototype, whether it be a Rebellion or an Oreca 05. Guido van der Garde with the bit between his teeth, you'd have to say. Race winners at Silverstone. Is there a chance of charging forward, challenging Matthias Besch for the lead of the race, and maybe getting 2 wins out of 2? It seems like a tall order at the moment, but these places far from locked into position purely because we have a safety car, and that is an indication, Graham, of how much heat there is still around in the ambient temperature, but mainly the track temperature, that heat haze as some of the rainwater starts to evaporate.
There's Simon Dolan, not happy to share something with some of the boys, but you're absolutely right. If the rain has stopped, we could go back racing. Keep an eye out, if we stick with this shot, keep an eye out for where that second place car is. Not yet, not yet, still not yet, and still not yet.
That's it there, isn't it? Yeah, ahead of the yellow Ferrari. So just popping into sight on the run-up from Tosa into Piratella. 12.5 minutes to go for the 4 hours of Imola for 2016. And not in all the time I've been covering European Le Mans Series have we had a race end under the safety car and have been affected by so much rain. I remember it threw it down at Estoril last year, and that was pretty grim at times. This is a long portion of full course yellow plus safety car, and there'll be at least one more lap as the Renault at the head of the order still has the flashing yellow lights illuminated. There is the Pegasus car, which number 29 is in 12th position. Leo Roussel currently at the wheel of that. We're into the final 12 minutes then, and Thierry by TDS Racing worriedly looking at the screen. They're in a great position here to take the first victory for their team of the year.
And the first points.
And the first points indeed.
So the moment for Pierre Thirier at Silverstone. And the car running very strongly, struck throttle, pitching the car into the barrier, ending the race on the spot for the 46. And to clarify, because think of the time when we were talking about that race, the 33 car had stopped in close contention, close position to the 46, completely unrelated incidents. The 33 Eurasia car, some debris managed to knock off the marshal switch, the kill switch on the car. It happened within seconds of each other, those two. Here, that looks eminently raceable.
Yep.
And I'm sure these are exactly the thoughts going through the minds of the race director. Remember, his principal duty is safety. It's the safety of all involved.
And that's the way it should be, but looking at some of the cars in this safety car train, it's almost as if they're weaving more erratically now to get temperature up again, possibly ahead of a race start, or just in case we have a race restart. It's only going to be at most a 10-minute dash. I would maybe have expected the safety car lights to have been turned off this time if we were going to go racing at the end of this lap. We're heading into Variante Alta now, so towards the latter third of the lap, and the lights are still on.
Into the last 10 minutes of the race. What do you do if it goes green here, Johnny? Do you maintain your position and carry those points and reduce the risk, or do you attack and put the pressure on?
Guido van der Garde made a bit of a name for himself, for me anyway, at Silverstone, for, you know, even though it was late in the race, still pushing on and leaving nothing on the table. I just feel like he may have a similar attitude. He's got a lot of cars to pass, though, even to be just with Matthias Besch. And we'll now have only 9 minutes to go as they cross the line this time.
And with Nico Lapierre not that far behind him in the train, actually.
Yeah, you're right. So Guido van der Garde much further back. He has behind him the second place GTE car. And let's get a word from G-Drive now with Charlie.
I'm here with Simon Dolan. Simon, if we don't get back racing again, how frustrating is that a finish for you guys?
In terms of a race, it's frustrating to finish like this. You know, maybe we should have thrown the safety car a long time ago rather than going through the full course yellow. And if we're not going to race, then just cut the race and save everybody engine miles. So I don't really know what we're doing. But in terms of our position, you know, if we end up P2, I think that's a bit of a save for us, to be honest, because, you know, we didn't have the pace in our car today. And I think in terms of the championship, it extends our lead. So yeah, all in all, very happy, but kind of sad for everybody who came for the way the race looks like it's ended.
Thank you, Simon.
Okay.
Simon Dolan down at Joe Turn G-Drive Racing. You feel for the fans, I suppose, as well. Roman Rutanov, by the way, still in the G-Drive camp there. He's racing for Euro International this weekend, but keen to find out what's going on a bit further down the pit lane. Having a sneaky word with Harry Ticknell there.
I think it indicates the fact that the race director is looking to get the race back underway, but increasingly it looks unlikely we're going to get that. And what will they want? We're getting into that zone where the only available options are to run it to the flag, red flag it, or allow an ever more frenetic last gasp ending to this race.
Yeah, and it's not really, I suppose, in the spirit of endurance racing to end it with a 5-minute dash. I suppose it's, you know, you want to end it as safely as possible. You don't want to try and generate accidents and damage, and that's what a 6 or 5 or 4 minute dash to the flag will potentially generate. There's the GTE race leader and arguably so race winner. Need an awful lot to go wrong with that Porsche in the remaining few laps. Rain light still flashing then for Mike Headland, and it wasn't part of the plan, I suppose, to put the bronze driver in during the safety car, but it's worked perfectly after a wonderful stint from Robert Renauer. Wolf Hensler's stint was held in more or less entirely green conditions, and Michael Headland, it's fair to say, is the slower of the three, but he can just continue round behind the safety car and confirm that race lead.
I think he'll take this one. It's Robert Renauer. What a performance from him.
Yeah, absolutely. And
he's written two things, I think, with that performance at the start of the race. First thing he's most certainly written is...
Yeah, I'm down here with JMW, who are one of the teams that really haven't won during this rainstorm.
Normally second wouldn't be too bad, but today I really think we had the making of first place, and a bit disappointing.
Yeah, absolutely, because you got Rory in just as the Porsche put their bronze driver in, didn't you?
Yeah, Rory's been absolutely fantastic all day, and we think we had the pace today, and the rain's killed it, but it's the same for everyone, so we've just got to move on and go and try and win the next one.
And the safety car didn't work out for you guys?
Well, I don't know if it's going to actually go again. It doesn't really look like it. Yeah, just a disappointing day.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's a troubled start for the JMW Motorsport crew, I suppose, to their season. There's one of the local peacocks to the Imola circuit. The run down into Acqua Minerale actually heads past a little enclosure of peacocks to driver's left, the right side of the wall, but that one's managed to find its way into the gravel trap, which might not be the safest place to be if we do get racing again.
I cannot see this race getting back to green at this stage. 5 minutes to go, and that peacock might be another reason why they don't, actually. Where is that? Not that far off.
It's that is at Acqua Minerale itself, isn't it? So, as I say, the enclosure's not very far away from that. And went up there last year to discover that they make a right old racket as well.
Oh, they do. Oh, they really do.
To rival the race cars the other side of the wall. But just shows, doesn't it, how unintimidated the local wildlife is. So embedded is this racetrack into the parkland that it surrounds. 4.5 minutes to go now.
Hirakawa will be getting happier by the moment here. Not the way that any race driver wants to win a race. But difficult to see circumstances when anything other than that is going to happen at this stage, whether or not we go back under green.
I think it's more and more unlikely now. We're running out of laps, aren't we, effectively? I'd really hate for this race to finish with one racing lap, or maybe even just race to the line.
You've got to say, if actually what you're looking for with this safety car is safety, that's not likely to be a choice you're going to make.
And now hearing it reported that the race will end under the safety car. The teams have been told that by Eduardo Freitas and other officials as well in race control. And well, it's a real shame that, because the last 40 minutes have had to be held under full course yellow and safety car. All cars will cross the line without overtaking, and the race will end behind the safety car.
Well, let's just reflect though, Johnny, on, you know, just the way this was actually running before we went to that position. Pierre Thirier, clearly a very happy bunny, and why shouldn't he be? That's maximum points for them from the race. Ryo Hirakawa there too. They're going to be race winners, unless something very dramatic happens in the last 3 minutes behind the safety car. But they deserved that run, really. It's been a good, solid run from that team. The Panis Barthez team ran the front of the field in the opening laps and beyond with Paul Chatin. Car dropped back as the gentleman drivers got aboard. We saw Ben Hanley drive a very spirited double stint for Dragon Speed, putting his name, I think, on the board there as men to watch.
There is Rio Hirakawa and Pierre Thirier, and they're about to celebrate with Matthias Besch winning this second round of the European Le Mans Series, the 4 hours of Imola. And thumbs up as well from Robert Renauer and Wolf Hensler, who did great jobs in the number 77 Porsche. Let's not detract from Michael Headland either, taking the car over for its final stint. And it was set to be caught, I'm sure, by Rory Butcher and Davide Rigon in the third place Ferrari, number 56 for AT Racing. But in the end, all these positions will be locked into place because of this safety car period that takes the cars to the flag. Looks like we are going to run the full 4 hours, though. And
so, certainly a justified win for the 77. That was a magnificent performance from Robert Renauer. And also very good run indeed from the number 2 car, challenged at various points in the race by the sister number 3 and by both of the Euro International cars, as well as the number 16 car, despite a few bells and whistles on their day for the Panis Barthez team. So both the Panis Barthez team cars running at the heads of their respective classes. That's not where they're going to finish. 23 of Timoth Buret running 7th. The 16 car, though, in LMP3 will make it to the podium by the looks of things. And as Simon Dolan said, it looks very much as if the 38 car will finish their day with an extended lead in the championship, because the winning car scored nil points at Silverstone, so it will be another 18 points to add to the 25 that the 38 scored in the race at Silverstone.
I suppose if you're not going to win the race, then you'd want a car that scored nothing at Silverstone to win it ahead of you, because they were already somewhat behind. So that is a good collection of points for G-Drive Racing from the first 2 rounds. It'll be a double win for the number 2 squad in LMP3. United Autosports earning useful points, although the pole position car, the number 3, and of course Wayne Boyd setting the time in LMP3 yesterday in qualifying, that's going to finish down in 7th position, so points lost out there for the team from Garforth. But Alex Brundle, Christian England and Mike Gouache will be very, very happy to kick off their season with 2 victories. On to the final lap then. Photographs now being taken by Robert Renauer. Selfies with he and Wolf Hensler and the rest of the crew.
He's looking at us, looking at him, looking at us.
Maybe so. It may well have stopped raining entirely now down in the pit lane. Rio Hirakawa is out of the shelter of the Pratt Perch, and the safety car lights are out, so they will race to the line, it would appear. Matthias Besch then will head over the line, but there'll be no overtaking permitted until they get to the line, and that of course will be the end of the race. So down into Rivazza, Matthias Besch backing the cars up behind him a little bit as the pace car, the safety car, works its way through Rivazza's 1 and 2, and will now head pitward as out of the final corner then to complete the second round of the European Le Mans Series. Congratulations to Thirier by TDS Racing, who win the second round of the season despite the last 45 to 50 minutes being held under full yellow and then a safety car because of a massive downpour in this part of Italy. Let's take nothing away from the 46 crew. Thirier by TDS Racing finally with some points on the board after a difficult first round at Silverstone. Congratulations to Pierre Thirier, to Rio Hirakawa and to Matthias Besch, who brought the car home. The 38 crew of G-Drive Racing and their Gibson 015S finishing in 2nd position, and 3rd place will go to Dragon Speed. The car started from pole position by Nicolas Lapierre, and Lapierre ends the stint as well in the ends the race with the final stint in the number 21 car. So I think Henrik Hedman will be very pleased with that, as will Ben Hanley, who had a drama-filled stint, but
great run,
showed real good pace, didn't
Absolutely. But in GTE, Mike Headland will cross the line to complete the race, but a great start for the race from Robert Renauer, one of the standout runs of this 4 hours of Imola. Then Wolf Hensler, you see Wolf there looking very, very happy indeed, and Mike Headland, American gentleman driver, will bring the car home. Unfortunately for Mike, ran most of his stints under either the full course yellow or the safety car. He won't care. He's going to enjoy the moment at the top of the podium. Rory Butcher will bring home the JMW car that won, of course, across the line at Silverstone. They're excluded for a technical infringement post-race. The first points on the board for that team. Andrea Bertolini ran very well indeed. Rob Smith started the race for the 66 car. Davide Rigon will bring home the number 56 car, the AT Racing car that finished second last time out, with Alessandro Perguidi filling the pro role that time alongside father and son Alexander Talkanitsas, plural. That's the 1, 2, 3 in GTE, and the GTE winner finishing ahead of the final class winner, Johnny, in LMP3.
Yes, and that's testament to Renault's stint, isn't it, really? And Wolf Hensler, the sort of able co-player, the co-driver, able to keep that 77 car out front. So, yes, a GTE car beats all the LMP3s to the line. Fascinating to watch Robert Renault come through the order as he did in the first 2 hours of the race. A long stint. He got through a couple of sets of tyres. All smiles down at United Autosports, though, with the second win of the year. They didn't manage to get 2 cars on the podium this time around, but nevertheless they'll take the points for the number 2 machine. There it is, winning ahead of the 11 of Euro International and the number 16 machine from Panis Barthez Competition.
No, you wouldn't have bet on that.
No,
actually.
indeed.
Several off-track moments for the 16. There's confirmation of the overall classification of the 4 hours of Imola, number 46, 121 laps under the wheels. And the gaps mean very little after the manner of the last 40 minutes of the race. 1, 2, 3, 46, 38 and 21. And in GTE, 77, 66 and 56. And LMP3 to the 11 and the 16. And there, Johnny, the winners.
Yeah, and they were circulating nose to tail. The LMP2 winner and the LMP3 winner for the majority of that final hour. Fists clenched for Matthias Besch, an immediate hug with Pierre Thiriet and Ryo Hirakawa, who's the relatively new man in the squad. Well, Matthias Besch joining them as well, of course, over the winter period. Big hugs down there, quite rightly so. They've had to wait a long time for this, circulating at 80 Ks and then a little bit quicker than that as well. But they get their rewards now.
I think for a moment about what Matthias Besch is going through at the moment. Moved across this effort for the full season after a couple of 3 seasons struggling with Rebellion Racing in an LMP1 privateer class. It really was a struggle for anybody with a competitive bent. Moved across to the LMP2 effort, still backed by Rebellion for a crack at a title. And what happens back in the World Endurance Championship is his cars come on strong, and Rebellion on a pair of overall podiums. But this is what he's been looking forward to. He's had to wait after the disappointment of the Silverstone race last month, and well, big smiles from the Swiss, from the Japanese and from the Belgian. A win for the 46 car, and Thiriet by TDS Racing.
Charlie's down there with our winners and waiting to move in to the Thiriet by TDS Racing. Let's hear from the winning driver then, Matthias Besch.
Matthias, what a fantastic finish for TDS, but that must have felt like a really long time during that rain.
Yeah, well, it's a great race, you know, because we've been really unlucky for the first race. We had a great gap. It's a bit unfortunate for the public that it's finishing, for the fans that it's finishing under a safety car. But anyway, we had a really solid race. My teammate did a brilliant job, and yeah, one of the key was to start in front also. So all the team did great. Thanks to Thiriet, thanks to Rebellion for me allowing me to race here. And yeah, great fun and hopefully good result in Le Mans.
Congratulations, well done.
Thank you.
Makes a good point there, Matthias Besch. Important, I think, to come away from this race with a good run. Not necessarily a victory, although Thiriet managed it, but it's always important, isn't it, to come out of the round before Le Mans with confidence high.
And with points, and I think that's the point. This is a team that is looking to win this title, and coming away with 0 points from Silverstone will not have pleased them at all. So this will be a big boost for them. It's a longer season, of course, this year, which helps them. A nil score in previous years, in recent years in the ELMS, would basically been game over. Not so anymore with the additional round at Spa. It gives them that little bit of recovery time, and I think we're going to see a very different complexion to the points table when we finally get this one worked out.
Here's a chance then to look back over the previous 4 hours, and the race was actually held in very dry conditions from the off. Sunshine as the cars powered their way down to the first sequence of corners at Tamburello, and it was tight as we expected it to be. Simon Dolan on an absolute charge to move into 4th position from his starting place of 5th. There was contact early on between Gary Finlay and Memo Rojas, immediately resulting in a tyre going down for the Greaves Motorsport car. Then the place change as Bjorn Verdheim slotted his Krone Racing Ligier up the inside of Simon Dolan in the G-Drive car. This was a moment for Matt Bell running wide at Tamburello corner, nearly clouting the teammate as he rejoined, but Alex Brundle did well to avoid. A spin for Villalba Corsa as well, bouncing over the curbs at Variante Alta. First sequence of pit stops saw Nicolas Lapierre clamber out of the number 21 Dragon Speed car. Henrik Hedman take charge of that car, but Paul-Luc Chatin made quick work of the Swede in the number 21 machine, and right behind here came Pierre Thirier through turn 1 and 2 to take second place away from the Dragon Speed car as well. An off-track moment for Leo Roussel in the Cyclops Pegasus car, just with the one headlight ablaze. I noticed the 24 car driven by Pierre Nicolet at the time was shoulder barged into the gravel at turn 2. A little bit rude from this car, it was the 28 machine, which then spun out of Villeneuve, the EDEX Sport car. A move by Alex McDowell on the 5680 Racing Ferrari, and also side-by-side action out of Variante Alta as the SMP Racing car made ground on Henrik Hedman. That was Julien Leal picking off the place. Pit stops again, and this was where Thirier really started to gain some ground. Ryo Hirikawa with an impressive stint. He eventually handed over to Matthias Besch. That was a move by Ben Hanley down into Rivazza, and more contact for Murphy Prototypes with another Ligier. This was the first full course caution that we had, and first big incident really of the race. Legality panel worked loose, gravel all at Tosa as well, and the cars brought under control so that that machine could be returned to the track. Another good move from Ben Hanley at Variante Alta on the Krone Ligier. Straight on for Graf Racing at the first sequence of corners, and this a frightening moment for Nicky Luchtweiler heading through turn 1, and then all of a sudden facing oncoming traffic. A spin for Duquesne Engineering in their 20 car up the inside, so late on the brakes for Ben Hanley in the number 21 Dragon Speed machine, and this was the biggest shunt really of the race, with the 28 car backing it into the wall out of Aqua Minerale and more or less wiping off the rear left corner of that car. It didn't survive much further than the chicane at the top of the hill. The 8 car ended up in the gravel on a couple of occasions. Thanks to the marshals, it did return to the track. This was side-by-side contact times 2. Andrea Bertolini getting a side swipe in his yellow Ferrari, and contact there for Ben Hanley again at Variante Alta. Big shunt up for the number 10 machine on the exit of Villeneuve, and this was when the rain started to pour down. Heavy at this stage, but it got even worse, and very easy for cars to swap ends, as the 23 displayed there. But we got this unusual scenario where it was absolutely throwing it down at Tosa, and then although we had rain at Rivazza, no standing water as such, so there was the decision to be made as to whether teams should go with the intermediate, with the full wet tyre. Even the 55 crew, of course a Ferrari crew, went for slick tyres, but realised that wasn't the answer either. It was always the hope that the rain would clear up almost as quickly as it had arrived, but sadly it stuck with us until the end of the race, and the second round of the championship for the European Le Mans Series finishes under the safety car. So that is the story of the 4 hours of Imola. The podium presentation well underway, and you can see the 3 drivers from Dragon Speed there on the 3rd step of the podium. Congratulations to Nicolas Lapierre, Henrik Hedman and to Ben Hanley. 3 guys from G-Drive, Simon Dolan, Harry Ticknell and Guido van der Garde. But it's Thirier by TDS Racing that take the second victory of the season, and we will hear the national anthem of the winning team in a moment. And in almost brilliant sunshine, the podium presentation will now take place with Pierre Fillon to hand out the trophies. Well done again to Dragon Speed. Big smile there from Henrik Hedman, from Ben Hanley and from Nicolas Lapierre. Third place for them from pole position. G-Drive backing up their win from Silverstone with more useful points here in Imola. So it's 18 points that go the way of Harry Tinknell, Simon Dolan and Guido van der Garde together with the G-Drive team. But the win goes to Thierry by TDS Racing and their Orica 05. There's a team representative there as well that gets a trophy. And congratulations to Ryo Hirakawa, to Matthias Besch and to Pierre Thirier, who started the race in the number 46 car. Very quickly the Thirier representative darts for cover as 9 bottles of champagne are popped, and what is already a very wet podium from all the rainfall over the last hour or so. It's going to get even wetter now with the bottles of bubbly being cracked open. So congratulations to Matthias Besch, Pierre Thirier and Ryo Hirakawa. They're clinking the bottles now as well. Save a little bit for maybe a drinky in a moment, chaps. And they will head back to Team Hospitality to start the celebrations. So their season starts now, you could say. Thirier by TDS Racing. They have had their fair share of bad luck in the history of the ELMS, but also a couple of race wins, or a number of race wins since 2012 as well. And are always there or thereabouts, the French crew. They know how to prepare a prototype to win one of these races, and they have the strategy as well. And there's been quite a bit of driver changes in that camp over the winter period, but they all look to be worthwhile. So 121 laps completed by the number 46 car, winning it by nearly 20 seconds as they raced to the line from the G-Drive Gibson. Third position to Dragon Speed, fourth place to SMP Racing in their BR01. Stefano Caletti completing the driving action in the number 32 car. Fifth place going to number 33, Nico Peter de Brun, and sixth place to the 40 crew of Olivier Pla. And it was Timothy Bouret in the number 23 Panis Barthes Competition car. Greaves Motorsport with an 8th place. 34 Race Performance Machine finishing 9th. And Murphy Prototypes holding on for a top 10 finish. Sean Doyle bringing that car to the flag.
And 37 of the 41 starters classified finishers in what can be described, I think it's fair to say, as very challenging conditions. Just 2 of those cars fell victim to accidents out on the circuit. The number 10 Graf Racing car and the 28 car we saw in the highlights package just a little while ago. 2 of the other cars, 25 Algarve Pro Ligier and the number 5 Ligier P3 car, ending the race in the garage. So very good level of reliability shown by the field.
So the podium being redressed in readiness for the next presentation, and this is the Panis Barthes competition team heading to the podium, to the third step. So driving the number 16 car, Eric Debar, Valentin Mournier and Simon Gachet. They are principally a bronze and silver graded crew, as well, you can have a gold graded driver in your LMP3 team, but nevertheless Panis Barthes deciding to go with 1 bronze and 2 silvers. Finishing in second position is the number 11 car, the Euro International squad, Andrea Roda, Marco Giacoboni and Giorgio Mondini. But congratulations to double victors now. Alex Brundle, Mike Gouache and their teammate Christian England. And we'll hear the British national anthem. And you will have noticed that that wasn't the British national anthem because they are an Anglo-American team, so going with the Star Spangled Banner instead. And of course United Autosports, I should have known that. It's been a long old day. The American crew, Mike Gouache, of course, the American in the middle of the two Brits there.
Worth saying, Johnny, in the LMP3 podium positions, we've had 3 out of the 6 podium positions to American flag teams.
Yes.
For the European Le Mans Series, that marks a major shift and a major change.
Indeed so. So the trophy's being presented now to a very happy Alex Brundle. Mike Gouache lingering there with the trophy down below and then finally hoisting it above his head. And Christian England with a big smile on his face as well, bringing the car to the finish. And one of the United Autosport crew there as well, receiving a trophy. Well done once more to the guys in second position. Car 11, Giorgio Mondini, Andrea Roda and Marco Giacoboni, and also to the 16 crew of Panis Bartis Competition. Congratulations to Valentin, to Simon and to Eric. And the champagne now is sprayed on the podium. 1 or 2 drivers there struggling to get the corks out in a hurry. But United Autosports have started their season as they mean to go on, with 2 wins out of 2. And we'll take a pause as far as the ELMS are concerned, heading to Le Mans in June, because that's not part of the European Le Mans Series Championship as such, although we will see many teams taking part there as have done today. The next round proper for the ELMS is in Austria. There are the points as far as the LMP2 classification of the race is concerned. So it's Guido van der Garde, Harry Tinknell and Simon Dolan that lead the way on 43 points. But it's useful points for Thierry by TDS Racing that have got them close to being in the mix after a non-point scoring event at Silverstone.
On the S&P Racing drivers, second in the points there, and that's a big turnaround. A couple of strong points finishes for the 32.
Yep, and the podium will be redressed again in a moment for the final trophy presentation. There's the teams championship, so 43 points for G Drive, 30 points for SMP Racing, 26 points for Thierry by TDS Racing, Krone Racing are 4th on 20, 5th place Dragon Speed in their number 21 car. So the championship, even at this early stage, starting to take shape. Of course we have 6 races though in order to glean points from, rather than the 5, so you can kind of avoid an off round and still potentially win the championship. That wasn't always the case when we were a 5-round season. And 9 drivers now working their way onto the podium, representing the top 3 finishers in GTE. Just the 2 for the 56 crew. Now
That's 3. That's 3.
Oh no,
that's Davide Rigon and his factory overalls.
In the suit that didn't quite match the Talcanitzas, and that was confusing me briefly. So Alexander Talcanitza Jr. and Senior and Davide Rigon. Well done to Rob Smith, to Rory Butcher and to Andrea Bertolini, who's almost doing up his laces there on the podium. No, he's
getting the champagne ready. That's, he's an all-pro at this one.
But the biggest round of applause is for Michael Headland, for Wolf Hensler and for Robert Renauer after a brilliant 2-hour stint to get that car miles ahead of any other GT car. Let's hear the national anthem for the winning team. So the applause then for the top three drivers in the middle of the podium there, Michael Hedlund, Wolf Hensler and Robert Renauer, but also well done to the guys from JMW Motorsport and from AT Racing. It's a Porsche that leads home two Ferraris, one from the British run crew of Jim McWhirter, and that of course will put a smile back on their face after they won the Silverstone race on the road but then were excluded afterwards. And Rory Butcher telling me that he actually had flown home before he realised that that car was no longer going to take maximum points at Silverstone. But they get second place points, that's 18 then to add to their tally now.
And Davide Rigon then gets to stand on podiums for the WEC and ELMS in consecutive weekends after taking the win in GTA Pro at Spa. Mike Hedlund there will be delighted with that. No American flags above these cars, but one American driver in the winning crew.
So there are the trophies held aloft by the three winning drivers, and Robert Renauer keen to look at the detail of these smart ELMS trophies. Again, above their heads they go for the final few snaps before the trophies are put down. The bottles of champagne are picked up, and Andrea Bertolini with the head start. He'd already thought about that. Rob Smith can't get the cork out.
That's
it's all in the planning.
The strategic planning there from Andrea Bertolini.
Yeah, he's been on a fair few podia in his time, and he knows exactly what to do. Rory Butcher deciding to pour a load of champagne over the head of Alexander Taukenitzer Jr. there. So this is the points for LMP3 drivers. Alex Brundle, Christian England, Mike Gouache lead by 25 points. So a fabulous run from them with the maximum quota of points from 2 rounds. And United Autosports seem to be able to set up a car regardless of where we go, because there is undulation at this track, gradient change, unlike at Silverstone, very different type of circuit, but they were still very, very quick.
And the result behind them fell beautifully for the number 2 crew, because that means now there are full wins worth of points ahead of the rest of the field.
Good point.
They could afford to nil score the next round and not lose the championship lead.
United Autosports top the points teams table as well. 50 points for the 2 squad, 25 points for the number 3 crew. And 1 or 2 teams down the bottom there not able to score points so far.